Everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here today for Worldings, a virtual conference presented by Griffin Art Projects and Urban Shaman. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that Griffin Art Projects is situated on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, Musqueam, and Stolo nations, and we are honored and grateful to undertake our work here. My name is Jazz Keeler, and I'm the Contract Virtual Programs Curator with Griffin Art Projects, and I have just a few quick housekeeping notes before we jump right into today's presentations. So first, I wanted to mention that if you would like to see live captions displayed for today's presentation, you can enable this by selecting the CC Live Transcription button at the bottom of your screen. And I always just mention that it's not super accurate with names specifically, but we do hope that it's helpful in capturing most of what we are saying today. I also wanted to mention that if you are experiencing any technical difficulties with the Zoom interface, we are also live streaming today's presentations to Griffin Art Project's Facebook page. And I will just go ahead and post a link in the chat. And you will also be able to catch these live events right from our Facebook page. So lastly, I just wanted to mention that we are using Zoom's webinar format today, and that just means that we cannot see or hear audience members, but we do hope that you get in touch using the chat option below. We love to hear where you're joining from today, so feel free to get in touch using the chat dialog box. And I also mentioned that there will be time for audience questions at the end of each of our panels today. So if you do have a question for any of our panelists at any point, feel free to go ahead and indicate your questions in the Q&A dialog box. And I always just mention that the Q&A is actually separate from the chat, and that's where we'll be checking for audience questions. You'll also have the option to ask your question out loud. I just wanted to mention that we are recording today's webinar, so if you do opt to ask your question out loud, your voice will just be captured on the audio recording. And that's it for my notes. So again, thank you everybody for joining us here today. And this morning, we are so grateful and honored to introduce you to Coast Salish Master Carver of the Squamish and Kwagalt Nations and recipient of the Order of British Columbia, Halaktin, who will be welcoming us this morning. So Halaktin, I will pass it over to you. If you wanted to go ahead and unmute your microphone and video. Perfect. Awesome.
Everything was working perfect earlier, but here I am. Big hands, a big welcome to you all. I am Halaktin, Squamish. I'm happy to be here to do the opening. What I want to do first of all is I want to share these feathers here. These feathers are normally worn. I wear it on a headband to maintain my focus, and it would be worn above my head here. And the way I look at it, it's like showing the power and the energy of our ancestors. And it's all has 4 feathers, and the 4s are very significant to us. And also on my drum here, I symbolize the thunderbird, and it also symbolizes energy. The energy is moving in a counterclockwise direction. In our area here, when we do ceremony, we go counterclockwise, because as we stand here on Mother Earth, the Earth is turning in that direction. So a thunderbird is like something greater than us, the power of the Creator. So as we share a song, first of all, I'll share the song of welcome, and I'll share another song of like clearing the floor. And the song comes from Kotlacha. He's now passed. He created the song to welcome people. Hope, hope, che, we I cha. Hope, hope, che, we I cha. Hey, 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 way I che, we I chaya. Op, op, che, we I chaya. Oh, hey, 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 we I chaya. Op, op, che, we I chaya. Op, op, che, we I chaya. Oh, hey, 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 we I chaya. Op, op, che, we I chaya. Op, op, che, we I chaya. Oh, hey, 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 we I chaya. Osiam, Osiam, big hands, big welcome to you all. When we raise our hands high, we invite you to come closer to shore. In a sense, when people travel from different areas by canoe, because you see we have a paddle here behind me. When we show a paddle up, we're showing respect for one another. We raise our paddles up to come in peace, and we're all coming to shore to have a nice big gathering and a nice chat, and to share words and to learn from one another. And here, we never had a written language. We always pass it on by using a stick, a talking stick. In some other areas, we might be using a feather, and we pass on our stories and our truth through feather, or just simply by carrying a stone. So with this work we're going to do today, we want to clear the floor, clear the energy, make sure there's only good thoughts and energy as we sit in our home, in our house, in our big vessel we call Mother Earth. Big welcome to our relatives and friends on the other side of this globe. Big welcome to you all also. So to clear the floor, the song comes in, and we would have people dance and clean the floor up through dance. Oh, 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 hey. Oh, 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 hey. Oh, oh, hey. Oh, 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 hey. Oh, oh, hey. Ah. Whoa, whoa, oh, hey, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 hey. 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 Yeah. We'll see up. We pray to the Creator and give thanks for this wonderful day and that all the words that we said, we're going to say it through our truth and our honesty, and that we may grow and move forward in this new journey that we're going on. My hands up to Griffin and Urban Shaman for inviting us all to participate in this gathering today. Osiem.
Thank you so much, Holakton. I'm also honored and delighted to introduce Elder and Knowledge Keeper Carolyn Moore, who will also be here to welcome us this morning.
Oh, bonjour, everyone. I just want to say a big miigwech for that teaching. You know, people don't realize that we're many nations and within a nation. So it's so good to learn and to know how greetings were given on the West Coast. So big miigwech for those beautiful words and teachings. I wanted to talk a little bit. My name is Carolyn Moore. I walk with two spirit names, Blue Sky Woman, Morning Star, and I'm from the Deer Clan. And I introduce myself as Oshawshko Gishko Kwe Wabanunung Dishnakazwa Washkashi Dudam. I'm a knowledge keeper and a teacher in Territory 1 in Manitoba. And I'm a grandmother and great grandmother. And I guess outside of being a grandmother and a great grandmother, the other pride that I carry is being a pipe carrier and a carrier of the knowledge. So I wanted to talk a little bit today. I was offered tobacco, and because tobacco has a negative and a positive story to tell about it. The positive is that when someone asks a knowledge keeper or elder or ceremonial person to do something for them, the first thing we ask for is tobacco. And when that tobacco is offered, it's not for us, it's for the prayers. And tobacco my teachings is that tobacco was the first medicine given to the Anishinaabe people. And that tobacco was to open the doorway to the West, the doorway to the spirit world. And when Creator gave us the tobacco as a tool to open that doorway, he said it was so that we could communicate directly with Creator. Or if I'm lighting my pipe and having a ceremony, I can call in, which I'm going to do this morning, is to call in our loved ones that's gone on before us, or our guiding spirits, to come and help with the ceremony or with whatever project or event we're trying to do. So it's very important that tobacco was offered. And so I just wanted to let people know, because I did a teaching with Mormon scouts one time, and they refused to give me the tobacco. So it just told me that people do not know why tobacco is offered. So please, to make our ceremonies for you stronger, please offer that tobacco. I'd like to also do a dry smudge. I call it a dry smudge because I have a smudge burning, and because this is virtual, or because of central air, or different reasons why you can't have a lit smudge bowl, I'd still like to smudge, because with that beautiful songs, and that's the beginning of what we start with, and then we usually have a smudge. So I want everyone to imagine that they're rolling that medicine in their hands, the sage, and that sage is to calm us. If you ever have a chance to smell sage or our medicines, it just, just your whole thinking is just calm. So I want you to think about it going over your head, and when it goes over your head, it's to get rid of that negativity around you. Then you touch your mind, and that's to think good thoughts. Your eyes to see with kindness, your ears so that you can hear everything in a good way. Because I know sometimes I might not be in my best mood and you might say something to me and I'll get angry, even if that wasn't the way that you meant to say it. So you always want to make sure that you take responsibility for the way you hear things. So you always want to hear in a good way. Our mouth's the most deadliest weapon in the world. We always want to make sure that we speak with kindness. And then our hearts, because everything comes and goes from the heart. We want to make sure that we bless that and just keep that the goodness in our heart, that creator. And then our whole being, and that's to ground us so we don't think we're better than anyone else. So when I greet you and I smile, and I know we can't shake hands or hug right now, but even if we pass that elbow, you can feel that energy of kindness, because I'm sincere, because I smudged today. And I'd like to say a prayer with the opening of this weekend and for the next 3 days. So I'm going to call in our helpers so that we can do everything in a good way. And that's what this whole weekend is about. So I'll say a prayer and then we can move on. Creator, Sashawashko Gishako Kwe Wabanu Nung Dishna Kazwashkashi Dudam. Oh Creator, as we're already learning and starting our weekend off and our next 3 days, walk with us, Creator, enter into this beauty of learning. Guide us with wisdom, guide us with heart, and walk with us always and keep our journeys safe. Oho miigwech, all my relations. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. Thank you, a huge thank you to Carolyn and Holacton. We are so honored and grateful for your welcomes today. We appreciate it. I will now introduce Griffin Art Projects Director, Lisa Baldissera, and Urban Shamans Director, Dana Warren, who will be joining us for opening remarks. Lisa Baldissera has worked as an independent curator, consultant, and writer, and in curatorial roles in public art galleries in Western Canada since 1999, including senior curator at Contemporary Calgary from 2014 to 2016, and chief curator at the Mendel Art Gallery in Saskatoon from 2012 to 2014. Lisa was curator of contemporary art at the Art Gallery of Greater Victoria from 1999 to 2009, where she produced more than 50 exhibitions of local, Canadian, and international artists. Lisa holds MFAs in creative writing from UBC and in art from the University of Saskatchewan, and she recently completed a PhD at Goldsmiths College, University of London. Lisa has served on contemporary art juries across Canada, including the Canada Council for the Arts, the Saskatchewan Arts Board, the RBC Canadian Painting Competition, the Canada Council for the Arts, the Saskatchewan Arts Board, and the Natition Foundation Visual Arts Awards, as well as the Sobey Art Award and British Columbia Arts Council as guest of the British Arts Council's outreach program. So thank you so much, Lisa, and I will invite you to turn on your video and microphone. And I will also introduce Dana Warren. And Dana, if you would like to turn on your video and microphone as well, I will add you here to our chat. Wonderful. So Dana Warren is from Agamic Cree Nation in Muskotrees or Bear Hills, Alberta. She was awarded 2 Canada Council's Aboriginal curatorial residencies, the first to work with Grunt Gallery Vancouver from 2000 to 2001, and the second residency at the National Gallery of Canada in Ottawa, Ontario from 2010 to 2011. Dana has a BFA from Emily Carr University of Art and Design and an MA from UBC in 2012. Dana was awarded the 2015 Emily award from Emily Carr University and was selected as one of 6 Indigenous women curators as part of Canada Council for the Arts delegation to participate in the International First Nations Curators Exchange that took place in Australia in 2015, New Zealand in 2016, and Canada in 2017. Dana's most recent accomplishment was winning the Natition Foundation Award for Curatorial Excellency in 2018, and she is currently the Director of Urban Shaman Contemporary Aboriginal Art in Winnipeg, Manitoba. So over to you, Lisa and Dana.
Thank you so much, Jazz. And such a pleasure to be here with you, Dana.
Yes, you guys too. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Got my timing mixed up again today. But yeah.
We're in 4 different time zones. So I want to just thank Jazz so much, Jazz, for all of your work and for your introductions. And an immense thank you, Haichka, to Master Carver and Master Educator Relacton and Elder Carolyn Moore for your words of welcome this morning, your beautiful words of welcome this morning. And Relacton will also be closing the conference this afternoon for us. Griffin Art Projects is an uninvited guest on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, Musqueam, and Stolo nations. I'm honored to work here as a settler alongside the nations who live, work, and create here as the stewards of this land. I'd like to welcome everyone to this weekend with gratitude to all who will share their work with us over the forthcoming days. We're extremely grateful to our co-presenter and partner, Urban Shaman Contemporary Aboriginal Art, and to Dana in the collaboration and presentation of the conference this weekend. Thank you. This project initially emerged from reflecting on the truth and reconciliation processes in both countries for its parallels and divergences. But over the past year and a half and through discussions with mentors and colleagues and friends, has evolved into a discussion of resilience and resistance. As we have seen over the past month in this country, these discussions and the sharing of the work are both urgent and have always been timely. The conference is organized with the faith and the power of this creative work that is carried and undertaken collectively, respectfully shared towards a possible future beyond failed colonial systemic structures, work that will itself give birth to new forms. Over the next 3 days, we will hear from tremendously thought-provoking leaders in their respective artistic disciplines, curatorial work, and activist work, who articulate specific knowledges, calls to action, and ways of knowing that demonstrate these possible pathways forward through the generous and inspirational examples of their work. We would like to gratefully acknowledge our collaborative supporters as well for their generous promotional support of the Worldings Conference, the Bag Factory International Residency and Exhibition Space, a nonprofit contemporary visual arts organization in Newton, Johannesburg, that provides studio space to a cross-generational community of Johannesburg-based artists, as well as regular exhibitions that showcase new work by emerging artists to the wider public. We're also grateful for the collaboration of the Center for the Less Good Idea in Johannesburg, which is an interdisciplinary hub for experimentation and support, and which creates experimental, collaborative, and cross-disciplinary art projects. Following the second idea, the concept of failure and trusting in where the process of creative work leads, is the foundation of the Center for the Less Good Idea, which is itself founded by William Kentridge to support, quote, those less good ideas coined to address the first idea's cracks, arguing that in the act of playing with an idea, you can recognize those things that you didn't know in advance, but knew somewhere inside of you. We also thank the Faculty of Media, Art, and Performance at the University of Regina, Ray Stason, the Dean, and David Garneau, Professor of Visual Arts, who will also hold a panel this weekend. The panels have been organized to begin at a time when both Canadian and South African presenters and audiences can join in on both sides of the world. Some of our panels have been pre-recorded to account for challenges in the winter power grid in Johannesburg. We invite the audience to stay on to join in the conversation at the end of the panels each day. Each panel is an hour and 15 minutes long, followed by a short break and a discussion at the very end. Our sincere thanks this morning and today to Dr. Andrea Walsh from Victoria and to Usha Sijaram in Johannesburg, who have prepared today's panels. Dr. Walsh's panel, the Indigenous Public Art, Places, Histories, and Truths, with speakers Ryan Rice and Carrie Newman, and moderator Usha Sijaram. Thank you so much to both. Thanks to our funders in North Vancouver Recreation and Culture, the Griffin Foundation, and Canadian Heritage. And over to you, Dana.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, or good evening, good afternoon, all the different time zones. Carolyn and I are on Treaty 1 territory, located in Winnipeg. Currently, I'm not quite in Winnipeg. I'm actually on Pine Creek First Nation Reserve, which is about 5 hours north of Winnipeg. So I also want to acknowledge that I'm on this territory as well as a visitor, and really happy to be able to join the conference beside a lake. I just want to thank Lisa and Jazz for all their hard work on the conference. It's the first day was incredible last Sunday, and I just want to thank all of the people who are participating. I want to acknowledge David Garneau, Collecton. No, I kept trying to get in right now. Sorry. Yeah, and all of the people who are part of the conference. It's going to be such an amazing few days. So. I also want to acknowledge our funders, the Winnipeg Arts Council, the Manitoba Arts Council, Canada Council for the Arts, as well as the Winnipeg Foundation. Those are our major funders, and all our sponsors and donors as well. So yeah, so I'm really excited about today and looking forward to the discussions that are about to happen. So I thank you, everybody. Hi.
Thank you so much, Dana and Lisa. So we have just about 5 minutes prior to the beginning of our first panel, which, as Lisa just mentioned, is titled Indigenous Public Art, Places, Histories, and Truths, moderated by Andrea Walsh in conversation with Ryan Rice and Carrie Newman. So we'll take just a 5-minute break. Feel free to leave your Zoom screen up. I will mention that we're using this exact same Zoom link throughout the day and throughout the weekend. So feel free to jump on and off the call at your convenience. I'm just gonna throw up a quick transition slide and we'll see everybody in 5 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am delighted to introduce Dr. Andrea Walsh, who will be moderating our first panel of the day titled Indigenous Public Art, Places, Histories, and Truths. Dr. Andrea N. Walsh is a visual anthropologist who specializes in 20th century and contemporary Aboriginal art and visual culture in Canada, as well as theoretical and methodological approaches to visual research. Walsh is interested in collections of objects and images and how museums and galleries curate and exhibit these pieces of material culture. Her primary purpose for thinking about collections is to consider how institutions which care for Indigenous objects and images engage Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities and audiences through curatorial and exhibition practices. Her work critically reflects on and addresses discourses and actions of reconciliation and redress regarding relationships between Indigenous peoples and Canada. Walsh's focus on these larger issues through art and visual culture flows through art and cultural and educational institutions. The majority of her work as a visual anthropologist and curator is based in community-led research initiatives that seek to engage these institutions and their practices. So a huge thank you to Dr. Andrea Walsh for being with us here today and for organizing this panel. And Andrea, I invite you to turn on your video and microphone.
Good morning. Should all of us do that now, Jess?
Yeah, that works definitely.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Jess, and thank you to the organizers of the symposium. Before I begin our panel, I'd like to say Housekeeping to Holocton and to Carolyn for the welcome, the teachings, the song, the prayer, the dry smudge. I really appreciate the way in which we have had a chance to start today in such a good way. The other thing I'd like to do before we begin is to personally acknowledge that I am in my home on the territories of the Winnipeg Nation. And it is here that I was raised and that I am raising my family. And I want to pay my respects, especially to the elders, knowledge keepers, artists, and community members from Winnipeg and Lekwungen who helped me do my job at the university in a good way. And I do that as an anthropologist and curator. And I identify as Canadian, and that is that the majority of my ancestry is settler, Irish, British, Scottish. However, through my dad's mother, my great-grandmother, I also have ancestral Anthropophic and Interior Salish ancestry. So it's my pleasure today to share space with two people I consider as brilliant colleagues and dear friends. And when invited to this conference, we decided to use our time instead of giving papers, but to have a conversation with each other about the public art projects that Carrie and Ryan are currently involved with that contribute to what people have termed placemaking, placekeeping, history and truth telling, but also thinking about history and truth making. And we're particularly interested in the nuances, the challenges, and opportunities around exhibiting and creating works of public art at a time when movements like Land Back are only gaining momentum. And so I'm mindful of an international audience. And when we're talking about Land Back here in the nation state that's called Canada today, this is an Indigenous-led movement, and it has a very rich and complex meaning to many people. But a couple of ways of interpreting it, in the words of Isaac Murdoch, Land Back is about Indigenous people returning back, finding their place in systems of life. And according to journalist and Canada Council of the Arts Chair Jesse Wente, Land Back is about decision-making power, and it's about self-determination for Indigenous peoples here that should include access to territories and resources in a more equitable fashion. And he says for us to have control over the way that actually looks. So we're also thinking about Indigenous public art in having a role in amplifying the work of Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the 94 calls to action that were produced out of its final report, as well as the Commission for the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, for which this latter is partnered in a national action plan with the 2S LGBTQIA+ communities and people. So our topic today is part of a significant number of discussions about land and conversations about sovereignty in Canada. And I want to acknowledge that there was a very good panel that occurred in October of last year that was actually moderated by David Garneau, who's part of this symposium that was titled Learning About Land. And this group of panelists was thinking about protocols around creating public art in Canada. So this is kind of the context of departure that we want to have for our discussion today. So without further ado, I want to introduce to you Ryan and Carrie. So Ryan Rice is Ganyagehaga from Ganawage, and he is an independent curator, associate professor, and associate dean of Faculty of Arts and Science at the OCAD University in Toronto, Ontario. Ryan's institutional and independent curatorial career spans 30 years. And I was just thinking, Ryan, that I think I've known you for 2/3 of that. Just kind of nice. In communities, museums, artist-run centers, and galleries. His writing on contemporary Onkoyonwe art has been published in numerous periodicals and exhibition catalogs, and he's lectured widely. He is currently working on 3 solo exhibitions, including Jordan Bennett, Souvenir, Pageant, Natalie King, and recently Ryan's exhibition tour of Bait, Cuisine van Heuvelens, wound down in the spring of 2021. So right now, Ryan is working on 2 public art projects as the Indigenous Public Art Curator with Waterfront Toronto. And these are some projects we're going to chat about today. And Carrie Newman is a Kwakiutl carver, traditional name Hayuth Gingame. And Carrie is a master carver. He is an interdisciplinary artist, author, and public speaker. And I also know that he is a filmmaker. So like lots of different hats Carrie wears. So through Carrie's dad, he is Kwakwaka'wakw from the Kwakwekum, Gitsam, Wawahlabai, and from northern Vancouver Island, and Coast Salish from the Chiam Nation in the Stolo Nation of the Upper Fraser Valley. And through his mom, he is settler Irish, English, and Scottish heritage. And highlights from Carrie's career include being selected as the master carver for the 2008 Cowichan Spirit Pole. And this journey saw Carrie traveling across the province of British Columbia, where over 11,000 people participated in the carving of that pole, that 20-foot pole. He was commissioned by the Whistler Athletes Village for the 2010 Olympics and a major installation there called Dancing Wind. And perhaps his most influential work is what he titled The Witness. And this is a monumental sculpture that is made from items collected from residential schools, government institutions, and buildings, churches across Canada. And the witness blanket is now part of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights collection in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And we might talk a little bit about that and the way in which that blanket has been housed in that institution as a piece of public art. In 2017, Carrie was awarded the Meritorious Service Medal for Canada. And in 2018, he was named to the Order of British Columbia. And he is presently a colleague of mine at the University of Victoria, and he is the Audain Professor of Contemporary Art Practice of the Pacific Northwest. Okay. Those are pretty impressive CVs, I have to say, reading those out. So thank you both for accepting the invitation to have this conversation today. I am so grateful to you both for the work that you do and the ideas that you've shared with me over the years. So I'd like to begin with a couple of questions to you both. And Ryan, it's okay with you. I'd like to start with you. And I want to go back to not too far back in your career, but when you were chief curator at the Museum of Contemporary Native Arts in Santa Fe, New Mexico, you described that there was a shift in your curatorial practice during that time toward ephemeral interventions, murals, and site-specific works. And I'm wondering if you can talk about why is this an important shift for you in terms of what you do now in your curatorial practice around public art? And I should say, we've got some slides that Ryan and Carrie shared with me. So you guys can just let me know what you want to see and when, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, first of all, I just want to start out by thanking both elders for their words and song to get us started in a good way. Thank you to the Griffin Art Project for this opportunity to share today, and thank you to Andrea and Carrie to join you in conversation about this topic, something that has been growing bigger and bigger throughout my career in terms of working across spaces, because in many circumstances I call curatorial practice an architectural practice and a design practice, because you have to understand space. So going to your question, Andrea, about moving more within an ephemeral or intervention or external space from the institution is something that I had the opportunity to do in Santa Fe when I arrived. The museum, I was able to bring the museum under like a transformation or rehaul, sort of an upgrade to reimagine it as the contemporary space that I wanted to imagine it as, and how I understood that the city of Santa Fe and or tourists would be accessing the space. Because you have to understand sort of like the climate of relationships in Santa Fe. It's a sort of, they consider themselves a tricultural city. So non-Indigenous, Hispanic, and Indigenous. But it's a very sort of performative city, because it rotates around or performs around tourism. But there's many positives to that and many negatives to that. But what I wanted to bring was the idea with the museum. I entered when there was a name change from the Institute of American Indian Arts Museum to the Institution of American Indian Arts Museum of Contemporary Native Arts. So when I arrived, I was able to use that to my benefit to sort of like reimagine, rebuild, renovate to meet that criteria. And what I noticed immediately was, when you come into a museum such as this, which was in a historical building, you were confronted with the tropes that were sort of recognized within anthropological museums. So the deep red, the deep browns, the carpeted floors, low lighting, and not far away from us was Site Santa Fe, which was the contemporary space that, you know, people were flocking to see for their biennials. And it's sort of like, how do I associate our practice within contemporary to the context of a contemporary museum that's a few roads down the block, instead of all the anthropological museums in the area? Because Santa Fe is loaded with museums. So it's ripping the carpet, polishing the concrete floors, painting the walls white, doing the new lighting, and then starting to play with the space. There was, we had external spaces. We had an art park, we had a portal. We had all these spaces that could be utilized and could be programmed in terms of making visible contemporary practices within a city that sort of contained a certain expectation of what Indigenous art was. So breaking that open. And that's when I started thinking about moving works outside of the gallery walls, because I had that real estate that I was able to work with. So in many circumstances, you don't have that real estate. You don't have the land to do that work on. You know, within the public realm, who owns the land, the city restrictions, permits, etc., that you would have to go through to access the land to do work on. I was able to use a site in downtown Santa Fe and just expand the artwork to go outside, on the building, in the portal, in the spaces, in the art park. So it was expanding that, whether it was murals, whether it was, we reinstalled Rosalie Favel's Facing the Camera project that she did in, so we put those images outside, redoing banners, bringing in performance art into the art park, rotating murals. So I was working within the ephemeral that the mural wasn't going to last forever, and having it being rotated. And all through this was sort of like in opposition of the facade of Santa Fe, because it's very contained to be sort of generic, to mimic this old romantic Wild West kind of adobe structures. Because we were a federal building, we didn't have to go through the same permits of the state or city to do the work that we wanted to do outside. I didn't have to get a permit to put up signs. I didn't have to get a permit to do performance in the front portal. So there was a lot of freedom in terms of to expand the museum from inside to outside. And what it actually does was it's a process of placemaking and placekeeping. It allowed us to sort of have people realize more of what was going to be happening inside. So people had to shift their expectations when they came to an Indian art museum in downtown Santa Fe, when in many cases, many people come with expectations that they're going to see pottery, jewelry, the same stuff that's all, very, very vibrant within the city. So I wanted to ensure that we were able to offer something unique, different, distinct, contemporary. And the museum is also affiliated with the Institute of American Arts. So I wanted the students of the Institute to be able to see themselves reflected in the museum. I was a student there myself in the 80s, and I sort of studied mainly Southwest type of aesthetics and processes. So I wanted to bring in Indigenous art from all over, for people can have some kind of relationship, whether they were from the North, the East, the West, or other Indigenous nations within the world. So it was a total transformation to some extent in trying to rebuild in a vision that I wanted to represent first the constituents who were students, who were learning about contemporary Indigenous art, and then to make the shift to the local, and then the sort of like tourist audience that would be coming to this museum. So yeah, it was play. It was the ability to move things around, to take chances, to put things up, take things down, to play with things that were non-permanent, and have everyone artists be on the same level, knowing that something is installed and not kind of forever. Because we wanted to keep that vibrancy going in terms of how do you get people coming back? How do you get people interested? And a lot of people who've done the work on the exterior of the building and in the spaces continue a practice that is quite either intervention, public, mural-led. So it was building on those artists that had that experience, or building with artists to develop that experience.
I really appreciate all of that detail in your answer. And one of the things that I think that I really picked up on is this compelling need to change expectations and what it is that audiences are expecting. And so I'd like to come back to that after asking Carrie an initial question. And so maybe I'll leave that with you, is like, how has that experience of having that sense of purpose, of changing expectations, and also that notion that things don't have to be permanent. I want to leave you with that to come back to talk about the work that you're doing, installing pieces at the waterfront Toronto. So Carrie, can I ask you to talk a little bit about the witness blanket? And this is, I'm thinking about the fact that this is like a monumental work of art. Not only is it big, it's like, what is it, 40 feet or so in length? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this piece of art was created by traveling across the country, over 200,000 kilometers. You and your team traveled through 77 different communities. You met over 10,000 people, and over 1,000 objects were given to you to care for through this work, and that care is ongoing. And so the objects are things like letters, books, artworks, as we said, pieces of actual architecture. And so the question I have for you is, how did that experience working with community in so many different communities and people across this country, across different nations, how has that framed the way in which you create works of art that are for publics?
I think in a couple of these projects that I've done that are sort of deep community engagement or wide community engagement or both. Something that I've taken away from, that I've learned from them, is this idea of being the maker and the material. I also add into the mix of that the purpose, right? When you're working on something that has a particular purpose, then you're learning, right? So in making the witness blanket, in the spirit pole that you referenced in my introduction, those were projects that were in community, working with people, and you come away changed, right? You've made something, but you are also remade. And one of the things that I think is the biggest change is my sense of responsibility. When you talk in academic circles, people talk about reaching into community and finding knowledge and then publishing it, but often it's sort of framed in a, like, how long is this project going to take? And who do I need to meet? Like, what do I have to do to meet the protocols to engage properly? But they still have an exit strategy for when they're no longer part of that equation. But I don't think when you enter into a project like the Witness Blanket, that you ever get to leave it behind. My responsibility to it is ongoing. And it will be literally passed down to my daughter. It'll be passed through generations in our family because we're part of that, right? I took on the responsibility when survivors and other people gave or shared their pieces and stories with me and with the project to act in their best interest. And so everything I do around that, around the Witness Blanket, revolves around that principle of taking responsibility for the future of the work. And I see how that has started to shift and shape and change the way that I interact in all of my works, whether it's a sort of like a commercial piece that I'm making for someone's front porch, or whether I'm making a silver pendant for a friend. I'm always thinking about that responsibility to the person, to the material, and I think maybe the best way to explain it is that it's changed from transaction to relationship, and I really feel like I am in relationship with the materials I work with the pieces that I make, and with the people who I interact with in the process of creating the things that I create. So maybe that's the sort of the crux of what I've taken away from that project.
We have a slide. You sent me a slide. Maybe I'll share that for folks. Is that sharing okay?
I can see it, yeah.
Okay, so this is the entire Witness Blanket. And then you gave me just a close up here so you can see the many different pieces that went through. Can I just ask you to talk a little bit more about that sense of responsibility and caring going forward? I think it's really interesting the way in which this is going to be forever, and there's a sense of you say family engagement, but also can you talk a little bit about how these pieces have been archived and how you've thought through their care going forward?
Sure. When I say forever, I actually mean for as long as it's meant to be. I kind of take my ideas about how long my artwork is supposed to be out there from the principle that a totem is meant to go back into the earth. And we carve them, and they're there to occupy the time that they're meant to occupy. And when that time has passed, they can be removed or retired, or they can go back to the earth. So maybe not forever, but for a really long time, because I think that based on current evidence of how this country is dealing with truth, I think that we still have a long ways to go. And so this record of truth is going to be important to keep for a while. When it came to recording the objects, we were pretty meticulous, like in archiving the provenance of each piece, who gave it to us, what story came with it, and so that's all cataloged, and we're working with it in different ways. There's like an iOS app, but we're also making what we're calling the digital witness blanket, but it's the retelling of multiple stories from survivor experiences that we gathered while collecting the pieces. Because you said I'm a filmmaker, I'm kind of a filmmaker, but because this project drew me into it. We made a documentary about making the witness blanket, but it's become its own thing because we have over 70 survivor interviews. We have walkthroughs of residential schools that no longer exist. So that's a piece of art in itself. It's a record of truth in itself. So I try to activate them. I try to honor them in the way that they were given, the intention that they were shared with. And toward that end, when we were placing the blanket into the care or the stewardship of the Museum for Human Rights, rather than looking at it as a transaction, we entered into this kind of unique stewardship agreement whereby both parties agreed that neither had any rights associated with the transaction, and that instead of rights, we were going to negotiate and share responsibility, and that all the rights that existed within the contract are placed upon the blanket itself and the stories that it carries. And then, because everything has to fit into capitalism, we attached the intention as far as a fee to pay forward the amount of money that survivors invested in making the witness blanket possible to begin with. So I was continuing to kind of work with this idea of how do you honor that responsibility, because this blanket was never mine in the way that something is when you go and buy a piece of raw material and you shape it into something, and then you have this product that you can sell. It belongs to all those who are part of this story. And so selling it would be cynical. And so we wrote this agreement, we enacted it through ceremony, we called witnesses who are now part of the community who share that responsibility for its care. And we have this goal that we're working on together to pay forward the original intention of residential school survivors who provided the funding for this to begin with.
That's great. Ryan, when I'm thinking about the work that you do with community, and you've talked about the role of public art, and particularly the work that you're doing coming forward to the Waterfront Toronto project, as having a related potential of building, I think maybe to think you've said to me, social empathy, and bringing forward cultural knowledge. It was a radically different context in which you're working, but in listening to you talk, I've heard you in the same sense of having that sense of responsibility and having that sense that the art that will be installed has that potential. And could you talk a little bit about your approach to working with community?
I think my approach has really shifted considerably. There's a fly in here or something, sorry. It shift, like when I was chief curator in Santa Fe, it was like I put forward so much energy to try to build change or make change or be seen in a different light within this contemporary space versus the space that is very common there, and wanting to make that change. And again, go back to the students of the Institute of American Indian Arts, because they're the future artists who are, we're nurturing and need to grow. And what I realized after years of 5 years being there, and one of the reasons why I shifted to work within a university, was the necessity of education and engagement was critical for us to make any change. And not the change of a history book, which is important, but also that engagement with artwork and how to approach it, how to appreciate it, how to recognize it, and how to read it, right? How to read it within our own community and how to read it within a local or national context. And I thought that was significantly missing from exhibition work and curatorial work that I was witnessing, and also that I was doing. It was all about getting the exhibition up. And then I would have time to sit and watch how people approach exhibitions, how they approach certain works, how they approach public works. And I found the education means or the engagement means was missing. And anytime we would bring engagement forward, it makes a richer experience for people to understand, appreciate, to enjoy. It created that empathy that I think I was looking for. So that was one of the reasons why I jumped out of sort of curatorial practice into education. And that community engagement was building within many different community structures. So not a generic community, but the community of the institution, the community of the museum, the community of the artists. So looking at all these broader communities that have to come together somehow, some way. When I did raise a flag at Onsite Gallery, which was a sort of retrospective of 15 years of the National Indigenous Art Collection that's held in the federal government, education was the key impetus that I wanted to do this exhibition, because it was also taking place at the same time as Canada 150. And I wanted to tell the other story. And I said, for people to understand the 150 or the Canadian history, they need to understand what was historically excluded. And I feel that through the collection, you're able to tell that story, because that, it holds so many narratives that address, every geographical, cultural, linguistic, this rich resource that if it's not activated, it doesn't move, it stays stagnant. So developing an education guide, a resource guide with a woman who I seen her project, her name is Farah Youssef. She did a project at the Textile Museum, and I seen the education guide that she created, and I was like, wow, like this is exactly the key that I want for this exhibition. So I was able to work with her on developing that resources. She would bring back ideas. And it's a PDF that's available on the Onsite Gallery, and it's curriculum. Like we created you can teach a Canadian art history through this course, or the other Canadian art history. So for me, it was about that interaction and engagement. And then when you move into a city like Toronto, which is huge, to understand community is really overwhelming, because there's so many layers of history that you have to go through. So many missing layers of history that you have to imagine. And then, we boast the largest Indigenous population, but we're also a invisible population. We see each other in the field or sector that we work in, and or events that take place like Imaginative or Anishinaabe Health for your appointment, but it's very so spread out. And it's been something that I've been actively researching, is how to develop community within such an urban space that has rooted histories in its development, and that retelling or that imagining of the place and maintaining that placekeeping forward.
So in the work, I really appreciate what you're saying about feeling a sense of responsibility around education, around public art, and finding those nodes through which you can create a space of learning and engagement. And how in the work, because the work that you're doing with Waterfront Toronto, you're working as an independent curator, but you're bringing your experience of the education. How do you imagine bringing that educational element to an outdoor installation? Like, how have you been talking with people in particular around, so that audiences aren't just walking by the art? How do you imagine yourself as a curator pulling that experience of education into this project?
Yeah, it's a very again, I said, it's a very complex situation. Within this project that I'm working on, I'm really just driving the curatorial vision in the two sites up to the point where we make the artist selection through the jury process, peer review process, community process. So I'm leading all that. Once we make the selection of artists, it's another 4 or 5 years from now that these projects will be installed and ready to be activated. One project which is associated with this complex called the Indigenous Hub, where many Indigenous organizations are going to be located. So one of them, Anishinaabe Health Toronto, which currently is in 3 different locations, will be in one location servicing the greater Toronto community with health services. And Mizoe Beak, which is also the employment center, will be also located there. So there, the public art opportunity is clear that it's related to community, because people are going there for services, people are going there, and we're also putting it within a space that can be activated. We're leaving the plaza area open through the consultation of Anishinaabe Health, through the architects, through the public art, that this space is going to be open for social powwow markets, vaccine clinics. This is an open area space that is going to be utilized, and a gateway. So it's a place of meeting and greeting and gathering. And this public artwork will have to sit and take up that space when it's not activated. So we're going to have,
it's really, yeah.
We're going to have to work around didactic panel, apps, thinking about how to activate it. But the story, it will be built into the Indigenous Hub, which also has an Indigenous architect, and they also have a narrative, throughout the space. The other space I'm working with is a little more complicated, because you're dealing with an open park or leftover space next to intersections near the Dawnlands. But the Dawnlands the Dawn River of the area is being renaturalized. Mm-hmm. And I look at it more of a re-territorialization of Indigenous presence for this artwork to be placed there. So it's going to really enact a different kind of presence than the other piece. But I'm hoping that we can make a correlation between the two and developing a vision to go along with that. So again, those other mechanisms of engagement is going to be necessary. Most of the times we go out in the world and we see public art and we don't know who did it. We don't know when it was made. We don't know who the artist is. So those are important elements that I want to bring to make sure that it's recognizable and not invisible.
I think it's really exciting what you're saying. And I've been thinking a lot about, Carrie's work with collections, and even what what you were just talking about activating collections. And I'm thinking the way in which I've been taught and I'm continuing to learn how to care for objects that have been, in the specific case of what I privileged to do with residential school survivors and their childhood art, is that these are not just pieces of paper and paint. These are animate with spirit, and that we have to attend to them in particular ways that are directed by those closest to them. And I'm thinking that, I think that's going to be a real shift that we see in the installation of more Indigenous public art across the country, is that they are not, like, as Carrie described, works that have exit strategies attached to them, where there's a timeline, it's completed, it's put up, there's a plaque that explains it. But these places are nurtured, and they nurture us. And there's this kind of relationality to not only excuse me, the object, but the land in which the object is occupying. And so that's where I kind of want to segue to a project that Carrie's been involved with here in Victoria, that is, I would say, like a suburban-ish kind of area. It's actually near a golf course. And this is the welcoming earth drums that you created, Carrie. And I'm always mindful. We've actually got a slide, so I can share here. There they are. So what I'm mindful about these drums, and this is a great slide you shared with me because it shows the ceremony when they were installed, but that this public art isn't just about audience engagement, but these drums, they attend to the land that they're on. And every time they are activated by a person, that sound resonates back into the land. And so I find this work really exciting for that reason, and is that it's not only about acknowledging what goes on in our lives and in the world above the surface that we can see, but that it speaks to, as you really nicely put it, Ryan, those layers that we can't see, but we know are there. So Carrie, could you talk a little bit about this piece? I think it really ties in with what Ryan's talking about.
Sure. When they put out the call for this, it was just like the site is like literally down the street from my house, and I was like, I would really love to have something that I could walk by with my family. But it was a Canada 150 project, and they were like, we want it to be about reconciliation, and I was trying to figure out, like how to do that in a way that, like, with public art, sometimes you have like two levels of the thing that you're making, because you have to make something that fits the expectation of the panel that's going to be selecting it. But also, I want to adhere to some of the principles that I grew up with, and that I was, the teachings from my culture. So in this one, I wanted it to be aesthetically pleasing, and I wanted it to be about reconciliation. So I was thinking about what reconciliation means, and you used some of Jesse Wente's observations about land back in your introduction. And for me, when I think about land back, I think about transforming our relationship with land, to take it out of this system of property where humans have dominion over land, and resetting it to the way that it was when, in a Kwakwaka'wakw way, we say Awitmakyola, where we lived in good relationship with the land, air, water, spirit world, and everything in them, and that we are one with them. It's cool that you can say all of that with one word. So I wanted it to be both things. And so I took up this idea of the box drums, and I imagined, well, if I made big enough box drums, how low would that resonance be? And I worked with a friend of mine, Kirk McNally at the university, to figure out some parameters that we later tested with he's a sound technician, sound artist. And so we actually measured the sounds of these drums once they were built, and they resonate at at human hearing when we tuned them so you can actually play a scale or a three tones triad. But beyond what we can hear when we play them to make music for each other, there's that resonance below human hearing. And for me, that's about making music for the earth, for the land underneath them. And you can see in the slide that you can walk on the earth right up to the edge of the drum. The concrete is contained underneath the footprint of the drum. And that was intentional, is because I wanted people to be thinking about the land when they played them. And just in the title, Earth Drums, they know they're a drum, or that they're drums. And so it's interesting to see how people activate them, and how, like kids, they get it right away. They run up and they just like bang on the drums. And then people who have like more reserved tendencies around public art, they're way more cautious, right? And you can see, and they walk up and they kind of maybe start to put their hand on it or tap it really lightly. But the whole idea around it was kind of this invitation to do something with art that is often not considered acceptable. And in the process of doing so, maybe starting to think about making music for the land. And if you're making music for the land and you're in a relationship with the land, and once you're in a relationship with the land, it's not this sort of lording over it. In a lot of my current works, that's what I'm thinking about, is how to reset that relationship so that we're not just tearing down trees for profit. We're not digging up oil and minerals to try and meet quarterly expectations of capitalism, but we take only what we need, and we pay attention to what we must leave for future generations. I know it's a lot to ask from 3 boxes that sit up on a hillside, but if it just like starts to shift a little bit of a perception about what it means to stand on land and make music for it, then that's the beginning of something, right? That's the door opening a crack.
Ryan was talking about the important place that students have occupied in his curatorial practice. And I really see that at the university where you and I are working, and I've had the pleasure of visiting OCAD through Ryan's invitation for different events. And I see the engagement of a generation that wasn't engaged the way previous generations were. And so I see that happening at the institutional level, quote unquote, higher education. But I also think that what you two are talking about is it goes back to what Ryan was talking about earlier, fundamentally changing the expectation of what it is that this art does. It's not just what it is, but what it does, and what our relationship to these pieces are. And so it's taking everything apart and starting again. It's going back. And to that end, Carrie, are you okay if I share the Oakland's Totem project? Because I think that this is, when we're talking about public art, I often find I'm like, oh, we're just talking about adults here, like it stays in that realm. But I think what we need to do when we're thinking about public art is really, like, as Ryan's saying, put education right at the very beginning, put the child there and have them grow up differently, seeing sculptures. And so I want to just share that work. Oh, there you are. And so I've got the two slides. So this is the slide with, again, that this is the, I know this is part of your practice, is it's not you working as a solo artist tucked away in a studio, like you're out there and you're inviting people and they're with you. And I think that that's the beginning of the relationship, is seeing the creation of the work. And I just share here. And so you'll see that the background that I have is Carrie's background, and it's echoed in this piece. So can you offer a couple reflections on this and that piece of engagement and rethinking? Why does this piece rethink land, like from those children in front of it?
This project we had, it was my wife Elaine's idea to carve a totem in a school where we invited teachers to bring the work that they were doing in classrooms, the curricular work they were doing in classrooms, out to the totem, and we would invite kids to carve with me and my colleague Teus, and talk about what they were doing in class and talk about how that fit into the work of the totem. If it was math, how I use simple math or complex math for to create balance and symmetry, and if they're doing biosystems, where does the cedar fit into that cycle, and talking through different concepts of science, and so we were bringing trying to normalize authentic Indigenous culture within for all students, where we weren't saying here make a copy of a totem, or here there's this Indigenous thing that's happening and we'll teach you about it over there. We're trying to integrate it into the fabric of everyday life at school. So this was a 2.5-year project where we were there once a week at least, and we worked with the kids and with the teachers and with the administrators, and it passed right through the pandemic, where everybody had to go home and nobody could work on it with their hands on anymore, but we started doing it with Zoom instead. And when you see how kids respond, that at first they were very, very hesitant and shy, but the more we were there, the more ownership they took of it. They voted for the animals that are on this poll. They started to claim it as part of the identity of their school, as part of their own identity. And all those handprints back there are actually the kids' handprints that we made the prints and we sandblasted them into the panels that are made out of the backside of the log. And kids take stuff up in the most amazing way. They see things through this filter of fairness, of justice, in a way that we try to in our conversations, but they do it in such a natural way, right? And so I think about what these kids are going to be like as they grow, and they have already, they don't have to try to unlearn, because they've learned a different relationship. And we talked about land, and we talked about Indigenous culture and history. We talked about, at Orange Shirt Day, we talked about residential schools. And this became part of the normal way of the school for a couple of years. And I don't know what it'll become, but I know that when you start with something early in life, that you have a much larger capacity to become excellent at it. And so if reconciliation or decolonization are things that these kids remain interested in going forward, they're going to be far better at it than I am, or any of the people who I know, because we're getting to it at a different time in our life, and they're starting out with it really early. So I guess that question remains unanswered, but there's an incredible amount of hope for me when I do those projects, because of the enthusiasm that the children have.
I think that this, what I'm getting from the two of you, and I'm really appreciative of the fact that, you know, one of you is thinking through curatorial practice and the other one is thinking through the making of art. But when I was having a conversation with a colleague of mine, I just asked, you know, what is public art to you? And the response indicated that it was a very static thing, that it was like a marker, and that it was about the past, and it was about putting something down in a kind of a best intentioned, never forget kind of way. And what I am hearing through the words that you're sharing today, both of you, is that your approach to public art is very much about respecting the past and bringing forward those truths of the past. But it is of equal, if not more importance, that what we're doing now is a matter of the present, but I feel like you both have a very big sense of responsibility to the future in this kind of curating, this kind of art making. And I think that, you know, to say that is a change in what the expectation of the art is supposed to do. So Ryan, can I go back to my question to you I said to you at the beginning? How has this notion of the ephemeral, how are you going to carry that moving forward, in that you're working in, the two of you are working really different kind of context too. You know, we're here in Wasanich and the Kwangyan territories where our populations are smaller. They're far less diverse than the communities and the urban space that you're working in. And so it almost feels like, does it feel risky to you to think through things that are constantly changing, where you have such a diverse population where you might need to have something stay to make a point? Or is that actually something that is emancipating to you, that things should be dynamic, and that change in expectation is that dynamic aspect of public art is part of that shift?
Can you go to my slide, the 3 slides with the Indian land on there?
Yeah.
I'll try to answer your question with this image.
Okay.
This one. So these 3 images are located within my community, Ganawage, Mohawk Nation, which is located just outside of Montreal. The top left corner is, you would call, graffiti that was probably marked in the early 70s. At a time when the community was going through transition, a lot of political strife, conflict with neighboring communities, Quebec politics. So This Is Indian Land on This Rock became a visual marker for our community, a physical manifestation of claiming space within our own territory. And whether this rock is there or not, this manifests within the boundaries that we are very protective of, maintaining, trying to reclaim or push further out to the original territories that we have actually owned. And so this rock was something that you would pass on a daily basis. You would see, here is students from the Ganawagi Survival School sitting on it in probably like 1976 when the school first opened. But this marker is significant because this marker can be anywhere now. Like I see this marker within any context of public work across the Canada, across the Americas. Because of the push that we are doing, the land acknowledgement as well is naming place, and that's part of that place keeping, the maintenance of indigeneity whether it's from the past or urban. And that urban indigeneity is something that kind of excites me in terms of the projects that I want to do in the future, because it's imagining that presence that was historically excluded for so long. So when, you always remind people the history of Toronto could be within 10, 25 years, and people stop there, just like Canada. So it's about the explosion of this whole other knowledge systems and cultures and languages that are in place. So then when you go throughout the community, that rock was destroyed. It got cracked in half. I think a truck hit it in maybe the 80s. And the one on the right, this is Mohawk land, appeared a few years ago. So, you know, it brings back this sort of like a reminder. And it, you know, it's a monument, it's graffiti, and it's now public art that wasn't, you know, created through a grant system. Somebody went out and wanted to claim this space, and then you see other symbols, critical symbols across the community of treaties and wampum belts that are significant. And, you know, that constant reminder of the generational development of the community as is. And it's about land, it's about the territories that we maintain. So we're 2 days shy of the 31st anniversary of the Oka crisis, which is all sitting in this boulder, sitting in this rock that says this is Indian land, this is Mohawk land. So when you see these in public, there, you know, that memory needs to be activated and constantly poked at. Ganawage just yesterday put up, you know, a camp protesting a housing development that's going right next to it that's still in land claims from the seigneurial from the 1600s and still not negotiated. We see in Six Nations, land back 1492, the housing. So all these things are relevant. And I think this relevancy that we do within our community needs to expand within the public realm, within the cities that we're occupying. And those territories have those stories that these kind of messages or these markers can hold and build on a future.
I love that you wanted to share this slide at, towards the end of our talk, because I think you talk about marking and history and bringing forward that history and sharing those stories again and again. And it's those stories are repeated in these different objects, these rocks. I'm mindful of the time, and I know that Jazz wanted to open up the last few minutes for some questions to you both, but I wanted to offer maybe just a final kind of reflection on what this has meant. And I think that what you two have shared today, I'm very mindful that we're not only, you know, thinking about that anniversary of the Oka crisis, but we're also right now in Canada having a very hard, we're doing, it's a hard time, we're doing hard work around the ongoing truth telling and uncovering of the truth of the genocide against Indigenous peoples in Canada, inflicted in part, only part, through the residential school system. And I just want to share that for those of our friends and colleagues who are in South Africa, the number behind me, 2215, this is the number of children's graves that were found at the Kamloops Indian Residential School. And this design is done by Carrie, and the plus is indicative of the ongoing discovery and that nations themselves are taking up work to survey the former residential school lands. And so land to me became even more complex, more complicated in the last few weeks. And so I wrote something after talking to you guys beforehand, and it was kind of just in a journal that I wrote. And I said, you know, presently in Canada, the truth continues to be told about the genocide of Indigenous peoples via the Indian residential and the day schools. And so, as we know, on Canada Day, July 1st of this year, in many cities and towns and districts, they paused their annual celebration to reflect on the ongoing violence against Indigenous peoples. And that day, however, in several places across Canada, there was much conflict. And some of the, in some of the cities, there was direct action taken against public statues of colonial figures, then in which they were destroyed, taken down from their plinths. And so I think our conversation around public art and talking about land, we can't not acknowledge the context in which the three of us are living right now in this settler state. So in this context of truth-telling and historical revisioning, it's clear that the content of our conversation today, that contemporary Indigenous art uniquely addresses, I think what is, I'm hearing, a collective desire to change our relationships with each other and with the land, skies, and waters, which provide us life and give us our home. So I want to say thank you, Hotelwa, to you both. Yeah, I think you're brilliant, and I am very grateful, most of all, for your friendship. So I want to, I guess, pass this back to Jazz, who will, I think, run the Q&A for you.
Thank you so much, Andrea, and thank you, Ryan and Carrie, as well. To audience members, if you have any questions, we do have a few minutes. If you would like to type your questions into the Q&A dialog box, or if you would like to ask your question out loud, do feel free just to raise the virtual hand, that yellow hand at the bottom of your screen, and I can go ahead and unmute you. But I will just mention that we are recording today's presentation, so your voice would be recorded as well if you choose. But it's always really lovely to hear your voice. We'll just give questions. Oh, I think I do see a hand. Usha, who is actually, Usha Sijaram is moderating our next panel. And Usha, you may go ahead and ask your question. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for these very powerful presentations. It's not really a question, it's more a comment. I just appreciate the way in which both Ryan and Carrie, and in fact, Andrea, are approaching art making and what we do as artists and curators and anthropologists in a way that's challenging the way we have been taught or the way it has been done. I just love, Carrie, your comment about a change from transaction to relationship. Just that line struck me so much. But it's challenging authorship and ownership to collective responsibility. So I just appreciate the way in which education is being used to share meaning, and it's just wonderful to hear this approach. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Usha.
I have a comment for something that Ryan talked about, and I just wanted to share how much I love the idea of not just curating the work, but the space around it. In the first example you shared of making a place where all different things happen, and then the art occupies the space when people aren't there, but the two are in what I would call relationship with one another, and how important it is to start to think like that, rather than to just be like, oh, that looks like a good spot over there for an art. But actually to be like, how can the space and the art, so it's like, how many times as artists are we asked to respond to the landscape? But what happens in a relationship with the curator when both are responding to each other? And I just thought that was, in listening to you talk about it, I thought that was such a wonderful way of approaching the process of public art, because in my experience, and I've been sort of relatively successful in getting to make the things I wanted to make, but I find the process itself kind of it always kind of moves toward the middle, and I can foresee how what you're describing will allow for what Andrew was saying about what's it going to look like when Indigenous art, public art, starts to be more present across these lands, to activate artists and conversations in different ways, where you're not just thinking about a symbol or a statue, or you're thinking more in a relational way. And it just, I wanted to share that because I think it's great.
One of the things that in this project, because I live near the two sites, I realize how much time I spend in those two sites. One is a construction site where I run by almost every other day, and I check it out, I take pictures, I watch how it's evolving, even though I'm not the one who's going to be making or activating, but just to find my intentions to that space. And the other one is sort of like this sort of like almost abandoned parkway, because it's it's kind of obscure. Everyone walks by it. But again, I like to watch how people interact, how people walk by. Is it just for dogs? Are people sitting on the rocks? Why am I sitting on the rocks? What do I see when I sit here? Like, there's all these things that I'm starting to take in, just how I would in a gallery space, when you have that opportunity to actually get to know a space. You also get to know how the work can function with the public. Like, you really can figure it out, how public are going to react to just how the walls are shaped, how this doors open. And I think that's a critical matter, because it's about a big thing that I'm thinking about a lot now is called curatorial hospitality. And what does that mean, right? What does that mean when I'm making something and I'm not there to host it? And in so many ways, I do a project, come in, and then I'm gone, right? And that's sort of like the part that tears you away from real deep meaning, when you can actually sit in the gallery and see people go in on a daily basis. So yeah, having those relationships to spaces is critical, and it would be great if artists and curators have had more of those kind of opportunities to spend and sit and have that time.
We have a question here in the chat, which I'll just read out loud for you. How do you care for yourselves when doing this really emotional and strong work? I am guessing that part of the art practice is healing and medicine in itself, but how do you care for yourselves?
For me, you're right. First of all, you're right. The art is part of it. Sometimes it's just diving deep into the work, and that's where the self-care comes. But in particular with the witness blanket, with hearing really difficult stories, and holding really challenging objects like straps that were used to beat Indigenous kids. It was a combination of ceremony for ourselves, for my team, for everybody who was part of it, and ceremony for the work, for the objects, to bring that medicine both to the people and to the pieces. There's a lot there. There's at some moment, every member of the witness blanket team cracked a little under the weight of that work. But by working together and being open to sharing emotion, open to feeling emotion, not as weakness, but as strength, I think we were, and by using ceremony, we were able to come through it relatively intact. And even that said, I will never be the same again, because I know too many things now that I didn't know before, and it filled in a lot of the missing pieces of information about what it was like for my father as a residential school when he was there. And then it helps me understand my relationship with him, helps me understand myself better. And so then I start to move forward in a different way from that point. That's kind of how I approach self-care.
I would just add, the component of care that comes in my work is probably when I get to install the exhibition. When we unpack, when we place work, when we move it around, when we hang it, we shift it, when I have conversations with the artist in the room, when we go home at night and come back the next day and see different things, I think that's where it sort of all comes together, and you can like take you can finally say to yourself, I'm gonna, like, finishing an essay, finishing another project, like you step back and then you're finally like standing outside the window looking in and you're like, okay, it's ready to go. And I think that part is the care part, because it's probably the most, I wouldn't say it's it's more calming than actually waiting for the work to come in and all that stuff. So I think for me, that is that moment is sort of like the therapy, the care, the developing of the relationship, because you're finally side by side with other people working together on a ladder, on the lights, doing all this thing within a very short time frame that may have lasted 3 years to get in place. Like, I really appreciate, Andrea, you brought me to one of your installations with the residential school survivors, and that is in my mind constantly about that practice and that opportunity I had to watch and share and be a part of that experience. I think that's where the care sits. And then we have to let the care out, right? The care goes out and hopefully does its work.
Thank you so much. And
I was just gonna add that there's one of the things, and I think about care is not specifically a way of doing things, but also who's in the room. And I can say that when Ryan joined us in New Toronto Territory, Slichat Nations Territory at Port Alberni to install the show, we did ceremony, we brushed the gallery, we brushed all of the people who were involved, and they weren't just the gallery staff, you know, like it was there were so many people in the room. And I think that the witness blanket that we saw, that's Carrie's piece, there was a painting, a purple painting above the door frame. And in the work that I do, we repatriated that painting to the family of the late Saquosoc Art Thompson. And they asked me to get in touch with this fellow Carrie Newman because they wanted to gift Carrie their relative's painting to go into the witness blanket. And so the level of care that that painting has received all the way along is part of this complex network of people. And so care, when I think about it, isn't what you do. I think about it as more as who is surrounding, who are you surrounding, who are you supporting, and who's in the room. So the people that Ryan just described in the space of the gallery, the people that Carrie's talking about around the witness blanket, again, it kind of goes back to that idea of relationality, that's exactly the epicenter of care, are those relationships. So yeah, it reminds me, because we once did a conference piece that was called Taking Good Care, Residential School Object or Collections or something. And the room was filled with a whole bunch of people wanting to know, like, how should they put these things into boxes and what should they do with them on the shelves? And really what we were going to talk about is how we got to know each other and what we do for each other. So, you know, I think that yeah, that's it's the way in which you do things that provides the care, and the way in which you support other people doing the work.
I'd like to invite Elder and Knowledge Keeper Carolyn Moore to respond as well.
Hi, I just want to say miigwech for all your hard work. But to simplify things for me, I see it, art in all forms, as communication. We didn't have written communication. Art was our way of telling history, of telling stories of our families, you know, and to continue on like that. So for me, when I see art in any form, I see it as someone talking to me. And when I look at it and I can understand what they're trying to say to me is so wonderful. And that's the gifts of our people, is the art. And I felt a little bit insecure when I started working with Urban Shaman because of all the creativity and the beauty that was coming around me. And then I realized, no, I'm an artist too. I'm a storyteller. And that's the beauty of it. So I just want to say miigwech and let you know that for me, it's just a form of talking to each other. And I think that's how Indigenous people around the world are. So again, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. So I am mindful of time, and I wonder if we could perhaps fit in just one more question. I know we have a short break before the next panel, but we have a question here. When you work to heal and create relationships in a world where there is ongoing darkness and complexity, how do you hold onto your purpose and your hope?
For me, it's pretty easy. I get it from my daughter. I get it from the kids I work with. I get it from the strength of other artists of my family. And I take it from the teachings of respect, honoring the past, respecting the present, and taking responsibility for the future. I think we get caught up in thinking in timelines that are stuck in financial cycles and political cycles. But our teachings are that we think generationally, and that right now we're in the middle of a pretty difficult time, both politically, socially, and environmentally. But that this world is incredibly resilient, and I heard Ryan say they're rewilding a section of a city. If we left this place alone, it would regenerate. And so I try to think on those longer term cycles. How long will it take me through art to regenerate an old growth ecosystem? That's a question I'm actively working with in my art practice. And there's hope in that. There's purpose in that. And that's where I go. And I go there because of my daughter and because of my family and the kids that I see out there who deserve that, right?
Yeah, for me, it's a hard question because I don't think I've ever positioned myself working within the framework of healing. Like, I never associated that with the practice that I do, even though maybe it does that, but I don't go forward that way. I've always been cognitive of sort of like the spaces that we're absent from. And I've been thinking about this for a long time, is this presence and absence of Indigenous peoples, and in this case, within the art and culture sector, and why aren't we in these positions? Why aren't we in these spaces? How do we get there? And that has driven my work for since I started as an artist. But, you know, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, I mean, it's all about building, for me, the capacity to not just be included, but to have that sovereignty that we're asserting ourselves presently as into the future as well. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. I'm going to jump on here because I realize we've come to the end of our time, and I just wanted to say a huge thank you to Andrea, Ryan, and Carrie for sharing your knowledge and your practices and your projects. It's been such an honor to host you here today on behalf of Griffin Art Projects and Urban Shaman. So thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
So we have a 10-minute break before we proceed to our next panel. And I'd just like to remind everyone that we're using the exact same link throughout the day today. So feel free to log off and log back on as many times as you'd like. And we'll be here in about 10 minutes with our next panel. So see you soon. Okay, so hello everybody and welcome back. For those who are just joining us here today, we're delighted that you can join, and we invite you to let us know where you're joining in the chat just below at the bottom of your screen. We'll now have our second panel of the day titled The Color Black, moderated by South African artist and curator Usha Seejaram. Before I pass things off to Usha, I just wanted to very quickly mention that we'll be keeping questions till the end of the panel, but if at any point you have a question that comes into your head for one of the panelists as they deliver their presentations, feel free to type it right away in the Q&A, and we'll be checking there at the end of the conversation. You'll also have the opportunity to ask your questions out loud. I just always do remind everyone that we're recording today's panel, so your voice will just be captured on that audio recording. Okay, so I am delighted and honored to introduce moderator Usha Seejaram. Usha is a conceptual and socially engaged artist, and let me just spotlight Usha here beside me. Okay, hello, Usha. So Usha is a conceptual and socially engaged artist who uses found and common objects to communicate complex and simple ideas around the domestic position of women. Usha holds a master's degree in fine arts from the University of Witwatersrand in 2008 and a B.Tech degree in fine arts from 1999 from the University of Johannesburg. Usha is also a qualified laughter coach. The rhythms in Usha's work create sculptures that hold a strong presence of tears and protrusions, bringing forth the domestic sphere of our experiences. Usha has completed a number of public art commissions and has had more than 8 solo exhibitions and exhibited on various local and international platforms, including the Red Hour at Dakar, the Austral and Beijing Biennales, and 154 London, and her work is represented in numerous private and public art collections. So thank you so much, Usha, for being here with us today, and over to you.
Thank you, Jazz. Greetings to everybody across all time zones. Thank you to the elders, Carolyn and Lacton, for blessing this process. Thank you to Griffin Art Projects and Urban Shaman for holding the space to have these dialogues. Thank you, Lisa Baldissera and Jess Keller, for the invitation to be part of this program and for all the work that you're putting into this. I also want to thank Brandon Copestick and Jillian Ross for making this connection. Without that, this wouldn't have happened. And just having been part of the previous panel, thank you to Andrea Walsh, Ryan Rice, and Carrie Newman for really powerful, transformational, and inspirational work that you're doing. It was really an honor to have been witness to your presentation. I'd like to thank all the panelists that are on this discussion. Hotelwa Mashika, Nkgopoleng Moloi, and Lawrence Lemoana. I have a huge respect for all of these panelists and the work that you do, and I am excited to engage with you on this conversation. I want to thank you specifically for your availability throughout the planning of this process. We've had individual and collective long conversations leading up to today, And it's been my pleasure to get to know you each better and to strengthen our respective relationships. The panel discussion today is titled The Color Black, and it was really inspired by Hotelwa's curated exhibition called Black Luminosity, which she will be presenting shortly. The exhibition, of which I was a part of and had the pleasure of visiting in Stellenbosch, which is in the Western Cape in South Africa, begins a conversation about the complexities of color. In a country where institutional racism and its recourse has played such a big part in shaping our individual and collective identity, I found the Black Luminosity exhibition to be such a refreshing and thought-provoking approach to broader issues through the simplicity of a focus on one color. Of course, the discourses are anything but simple, but that's what I enjoyed about the show, that the concepts presented allow for complex and nuanced readings of the works and the exhibition. So I Googled the color black just to see what comes up. And the results said, black is a color which results from the absence or complete absorption of visible light. And yet we are presented with an exhibition titled Black Luminosity. Technically, the mixing of three primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, create black, but black is also described as the absence of color. And Carrie James Marshall, the artist, says, and I'll quote him, he says, black is not the absence of color. Black is particular kinds of color. And then he describes in his work how he uses 7 ranges of black tones and what he describes as a complex palette of black that he works with. In the presentations that follow, we anticipate unpacking some of the complexities of the term black. Black as color, black aesthetic, the black body, black as identity, black as methodology, black as strategy, and what is anti-black. So with that said, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Hotelwa Mashika, who is a researcher and independent curator. She recently joined the Bag Factory Artist Studios as the program manager. I have been an artist at the Bag Factory for 3 years, and currently I sit on the board of the Bag Factory. It's an organization that is very dear to my heart, and so I'm glad that Go is there now to champion its cause. Most recently, she created a seminal group exhibition titled Black Luminosity for SMAC Gallery in Stellenbosch. Mashika is completing a Master's of Arts in History with specialization in advanced issues in museum and heritage studies and visual history at the University of Western Cape in South Africa. Hotelwa and I first met quite recently when she was curating the Black Luminosity exhibition and approached me as an artist. And right initially, we had a few conversations around her curatorial thinking. And for me, I don't know if it was the same for you, but there was just an immediate connection. And I'm glad to continue that relationship.
Thank you, Usha. Good evening to the South African audience and good morning to the Canadian audience. Like Usha was saying, my name is Hotelwa Mashika, and I'm going to be presenting on Black Luminosity. Just to give a background on how I came about curating the show, it was exactly at this time of the year last year when I get a call from a gallery here in South Africa, in Cape Town particularly, to ask me to write them a proposal, a curatorial proposal to include in their art fair application. And when the call arrived, we're in the midst of lockdown, level 3 to be specific. And we're also in the midst of Black Lives Matter movement, which is a global movement. I was also in a space where I was thinking and writing my thesis, which is on photography. So when this call came, I didn't know where to begin, but a friend of mine said, why don't I use something from the paper, from the thesis that I was writing? And that is how Black Luminosity was conceptualized. I'm just gonna share a slide just to talk you through the behind the scenes. Usha, is there something happening?
I think, there we go, it's up.
Okay, cool. Please forgive me, my internet is quite bad, so this is gonna take a while to actually be a slideshow.
It's the South African predicament. We apologize to the world.
Okay, it looks like I'm not winning. I'll stick with this.
We can see the images.
Okay, maybe it's fine. I'll leave it like this. Okay, so what you're seeing right now is basically, as I said, these were the kind of situations that were happening when I got the call from Smack Gallery, which is a commercial gallery here in South Africa. And as I said, I was in the middle of writing my thesis, which I'm completing this year. And these are the two books that basically inspired the curatorial statement, but also these are the two books that also are very much informing my arguments in my own thesis, particularly with listening to images. Tina Kempt allows me basically to write about these kind of historical or rather ethnographic images in a very more productive and liberating way for me as a South African born post-apartheid. She talks about listening as perhaps as a way of being able to connect and understanding the image. And in the process of listening, there is an element of decentering the photographer, because most of photography histories, the focus is more on the photographer themselves, not so much on the subject. But here particularly because she's looking at very specific archival, photographic collections. 3 of them are here in South Africa. One is at KZN Marion Hill. Marion Hill was a missionary center or a missionary church that was built by the Dutch. And so there were images that were taken by the missionaries. And also the other collection is at Breakwater Prison here in Cape Town. People who know it's at the waterfront. Currently, I think there's a hotel there, and also the UCT School of Business is also in that building. So that was the prison prior to becoming a UCT, making it a business school. And another collection is the Dagon Cronin collection, which I think a lot of people are famous. People are very aware of that. So he's looking at this, and also another collection which was in London. And so she's using the concept of the haptic to allow the people to use all their senses basically when reading photographs. And particularly the notion of listening, that we get to attend to this very silent frequencies, that the image emits the sounds that are very quiet, that are very, sometimes it's easy to kind of miss them because they're very quiet or very low rather. But the notion of listening allows you to do what Didi Huberman called archaeological work, on the image. So these are the kind of thinking and thoughts that I was in basically when I was conceptualizing Black Luminosity. And next to the Tina Kempt book cover, it's a book by Didi Huberman, Images in Spite of All. And this is another very important book that inspired my thesis, but also Black Luminosity. And Images in Spite of All, Didi Huberman's argument is on the fact that there were 4 photographs, as the title says, from Auschwitz that came out during the genocide. And these photographs were circulating the academic spaces, but also these images were involved or were part of exhibitions. However, there was a sense that they could not imagine what really happened. They could not tell what really happened at Auschwitz. And Didi Huberman's argument is that there's no way that when somebody has taken such a risk in making sure and exposing the atrocities that were happening at that time or at Auschwitz, for us as historians, for us as curators to say we cannot imagine what was happening there. So his argument is basically to say we have to, because if we say these are unthinkable, it's unthinkable what happened at Auschwitz, or we cannot imagine it, then we are sort of like participating in this annihilation project. That's what he calls the Nazi project, that it was the annihilation project because they wanted to remove, to completely obliterate the Jewish people. So for us to be able to take a position of say it's unthinkable, it's unmentionable, it's unimaginable, we are taking that position, we are annihilating, we are really obliterating the voices and the lives of the Jewish community. And so in this book particularly, what I was drawn in was the fact that these images, they're not clear. Again, this notion of images being unintelligible, this notion of images or the photograph being evidence, but in this case of Auschwitz, it's not that, right? So that's his argument. The argument is that we can be able to imagine what was happening. We can be able to read. And what it did, this book to me, was to be able to attend to all areas of the image or the artwork, if you want to put it that way. So these were the kind of books, very much important books in conceptualizing Black Luminosity, but more so an article that he contributed to a conference. So the article is called Fragments of Humanity. And there is a statement there that he opens the essay with, and I'm just gonna read it for you. Sorry, I can't find it in my notes, but the statement says that the people are always exhibited to disappear. And he was speaking to this notion of everybody's on social media. For me, I read it within the context of we're all on social media because of lockdown, and we're all on Zoom, we're all on these platforms, and everybody's can be seen, but also it's only for a short period of time. But also that statement alludes to the ubiquitous of the image or ubiquitous of photography. It's an everyday thing. It's common. Everybody can take images. And that was the conceptualization of Black Luminosity. And then in this next slide is basically, this is when the show was complete, when the show was up. But in Black Luminosity is a theory, is a research study into the discipline of Black studies And I would like to evoke Fred Morton's description of study from his book titled Undercommon. Fred Morton's notions of study is very open, it's very vague. In fact, he's giving people an opportunity to be able to come up with their own definition and description. It's sort of like a critique, basically, a critique to the academia. So that is why I use that Black luminosity. For me, it is a study, but also Black luminosity is a photograph, right? I have curated within the concept and the frameworks of a photograph, and each piece of work, each artist there would represent those visual elements that we would normally attend to, or attend to because we see them or we don't see them. And I say in this way, the exhibition becomes a photographic image, and the artworks constitute and represent all visual that we often don't attend to or dismiss depending on their intelligibility. Again, this notion of some reading something because it's clear, reading something because you can see it. And the book by Tinakem, Listening to Image, for me, does that work of what happens then when there's nothing on the image. Do we dismiss it? Do we just pass it by? And you find all these kind of different images or artworks in Black luminosity that speaks to different aspects of Blackness. Black luminosity as an exhibition required viewers, including myself and the artist, to re-engage and reinterpret and visualize the exhibition existing at what Edwards refers to as the intersection of different historical trajectories. It was also about that. It was also about current histories or personal histories, but also public histories, going back to Black Lives Matter, and also writing this within the constraints of being at home, because it's the regulation required us to be indoors, not to be able to, the sense of freedom, the sense of mobility was sort of like taken away. And also I was thinking about Black Lives Matter within the context of South Africa, because at that time, the South African government deployed soldiers to only police not Black, but just townships, if I may put it that way. And that's where most of Black people live. Again, there was also atrocities done by Black soldiers on us. So the question about, for me, that stood out was that, what does it mean to be part and to claim solidarity with Black Lives Matter of South Africa, because we have a Black government. We're also being harassed by a Black policeman. So it was kind of a Black on Black violence that was happening in our context or in our country. And my questions were around that, like what happens when the very same person that looks like you is the one that is violating you? And how does the concept of Black Lives Matter then translate into our own landscape? So this is this is during installation, and the works that you see currently, the installation on the left, on the pedestal, that's Stephanie, and then towards the other wall, that halo thing is Ushia Sijarim's work, and next to it is Mary Sibanda. And then the two people with the gallery stuff. So with all of that, I'm recalling Black Lives Matter and our own situation in South Africa, and because of what Elizabeth Edwards has referred to a photograph as an intersection of different historical trajectories. So we cannot come to the show without having to think about what was happening, but also to think about our own personal histories and our own positionality as South Africans. The exhibition became a site of critique to unmask methodologies and modes of production that generate parts of knowledge and authoritative forms of visuality, which it functions to refuse Blackness itself. And that's a quote from Tina Kempt. In the curatorial statement, I've described the exhibition as an archaeological exercise that investigates the shades of Black depicted in the selected artworks. This was to prompt viewers to look a little bit deeper and hopefully engage with other senses like listening, in order to be able to hear the aspects of the artworks that are not detectable to the human eye. Black Luminosity grapple with the subject of Blackness that is considered unintelligible and inaccessible in a space that continuously centers whiteness as the norm. The show expanded on the artist's use of negation as a generative to create, theorize the precarity of life. Tina Kempt defines this radical act of writing Black life as a practice of refusal. Thus, the show became both a side of critique and refusal. So the call to curate or to write the proposal had came with already artists that were part of the SMAC gallery, but also was given an opportunity to invite artists that were not represented by any gallery. And that also gave me the opportunity to kind of explore these tensions, or to explore Black luminosity using different artists and different works. And right now I'm just going through the slides showing you the kind of these installation shots that I've taken, because if we go to the website, there isn't much of installation, so just individual images or individual artworks that are shown. And so the artists were 10 in total. And one of them was Usha, as she had mentioned. And I chose Usha's work because it felt like something different from what I know of her work. So you are seeing one of her work here in this image, but proper perhaps here. I'm gonna show you the installation view. And I was thinking, and when I saw these works, Usha was in a process of preparing for her solo show with the gallery that I was exhibiting these works in. So I chose these works because I was not familiar. They were not familiar with Usha, at least in my mind, but I was thinking about women, or Blackness rather, and labor as well as part of the Black luminosity. And I looked at this work and how they kind of defy what a woman can do, one, but also the kind of masculinity that sort of emerges or elicits by the work itself. But also, if you look at the detail of the work themselves, they are made out of painting frames, which is another interesting thing, because it was talking back to art history as we know it. And it was also kind of deconstructing what we know as kind of these European ideologies around art. And I wanted to kind of invoke that within the exhibition. But also it was, the work was in dialogue with Musango Malo's photographs, which are basically looking at Black life. And his work, it centers around Black masculinity, but also it centers around the things that people say Black people can't do. For example, punk music. It's not something that is easily associated with Black people, but also there's the celebration of the LGBTI community in his work. So it was also something that it was off the line. It was just off the grid. It was not something that would be normally associated with the Black community or with Blackness rather. And that's what I really enjoyed about his work. So that having this work particularly, because these ones were like a video and they were just like a slideshow projected on the wall in the same room. And then this one, and then next to the kind of these works that are sort of like masculine, but have this kind of feminine energy about them. And also Stephanie on the wall, that orange piece. And so I wanted to kind of create this very complex, very nuanced, very, contradictory, basically, ideas within the space of Black luminosity, but exploring really what it is, what is Blackness. The show is not, it didn't resolve the questions, but it just expanded on the ideas that I had about Black luminosity.
So can I just interrupt you for 1 second and say that the images are not full screen and they're such beautiful images. We'd really like to see them in detail. Is it possible for you to just make them full screen?
I've been trying to do that. I don't know, I feel like my PowerPoint has jammed.
Okay. It's fine then. Apologies for disrupting.
I've been trying to just make them a slideshow, but I can't.
Okay, it's fine. I think it's fine if it can't go.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. It's really not working. So Stephanie was one of another artists who I have approached, and these works were produced specifically for the show. And she's looking at the notion of identity as politically she identifies as colored in South Africa. She's born in Namibia, which is a very interesting, I suppose, a very interesting history with South Africa. Namibia was a colony of South Africa. And so she moved to South Africa and she's got a family there. And so her pieces, basically, she collects works she buys them from thrift stores, these objects to create the sort of like a frame. And her entry in basically creating work for this particular show was the notion of race, was the notion of the fact that she is identified as colored, which she's close to Blackness, but also she's close to whiteness. But she feels neither belong into these spaces. And I was also exploring that notion of liminality, that notion of when do we get to claim Blackness? At one point, does one get to claim Blackness? And her work was just adding to that conversation. And there was a very interesting work also by Poka Nyogong. These are paintings. And Leona, and they were also grouped in one space. Sorry, Paida Nyariri. And these works for me, they communicate. Poka particularly works within the framework of museums. How museums have sort of like taken, especially the British Museum to be specific, has taken our objects and made them theirs. And also this notion of knowledge, who gets to have power over certain knowledge, or authority over certain knowledge. And those are the kind of concept that, you know, also emerges from Black luminous. The same applies with Leona, with Pidgin. Pidgin, we know that Pidgin is a mixed is a result of mixed languages, particularly the English language being, it's a way of subverting, you know, power, and people having to decide to use a language that neither the colonial or the colonialist can hear. So that's how the Pidgin language has been created. And Leona is trying to find a way of basically claiming that knowledge as, or maybe historicizing the Pidgin languages as ours, perhaps even to give them scholarship. And then we've got Mary Sibande. Her work is very popular, but in this context of the exhibition, it took a different form, because it was, at least for me, the most aspects of the work that were highlighted was the spirituality. Again, this notion of spiritualism, you know, is the Christianity, or is the Christian movement versus spiritual or African spirituality that was also at play. The notion of religion, especially in Africa, how it came about. And that's also a piece by Mary Sibande. And another artist, that was Zandile Chabalala. Zandile was purely just celebrating and Blackness, really literally. And I quite enjoy how her figures are just like embodying whatever that means about being Black, and just like declaring it. And also she's inspired by James Carey Marshall. So also there's a lot of Black artists who are really painting a Black person using this dark black pigment. And then Walan Mapondera, which is one of the artists which the first proposal was based on his work. And I enjoyed the kind of abstract. This one is made out of toilet papers. So we've got these different shades of toilet papers, and also the material differs. And he was speaking about women, and also just labor that goes, and street vendors particularly, that most of them it's women, and how there's different sections, and the colors of it differentiates or creates a hierarchy in all of that. In the market. And then the last, not the last, but Alexander Karyakoshian. She was one of the SMEC gallery artists. And I liked her work because it really speaks to, because I just wondered what other people read when they see her work, because there isn't much happening except the dark areas, and also those pockets of white. You could read them as what do you call them? As clouds, or as like pockets of light coming through. But I also was thinking about Didi Huberman's notion of, doing the archaeological work on these artworks, basically reading them. But also there's something about her work that is very somber, that makes you sad, but it's the kind of sadness that you sit with it. Same applies to Carl Mash's installation or sculpture. It's a sculpture for a woman who's got knowledge, but also it speaks to a Black body, a woman. Black body is synonymous to labor, basically. But also here she's talking about a woman who's just in a meditative pose and who's just planting the seeds of knowledge without much work. But the stuff that she's carrying, they are heavy on her, which creates her to be burdened by something, by the world, but also it also emits the feelings of sadness about the work. And another work that was quite interesting for me to include was Luyanda Zindela. Okay, okay. This work Luyanda made during hard lockdown, level 4, hard lockdown, sorry. And he talked, this is her mother, this is his mother, and he talks about the mother was at the hospital, and he talks about how during this time he was homeless. They were both homeless. But the mother was at the hospital, but the way he had portrayed her mother, it's so relaxed, but also the title, it alludes to a very depth and very complicated conversation that a person has to, will find themselves having with his or her mother. And in Luyanda's case, it's a conversation about his dad asking his mother, what did she see in him? But also just like the fact that drawing feels a bit incomplete. So it requires you to basically to just attend to all the aspects of the work and to be able to decode what Luyanda is trying to say. I'm gonna end there, Usha, because I think I've said enough and I feel like I'm rambling.
You are not rambling at all, Hotelwa. This is just so insightful, and I really feel like this is such a seminal exhibition that you've produced. I'm very pleased to have been a part of it. So thank you for sharing that. We'll get into. I've got a few questions, but we'll get into them after all the presentations. Thank you, Go. I'd like to introduce Nkgopoleng next. Nkgopoleng Molloy is a writer and a Masters of Arts student in Contemporary Curatorial Practices at Wits University. Using archives and exhibition histories, her research explores women's mobility. She attempts to understand and draw attention to factors that enhance or inhibit women's freedom of movement. Writing is a tool Molloy employs to understand the world around her and to explore the things she is excited and intrigued by, particularly history, art, language, and architecture. Nkgopoleng and I have also become recently acquainted during lockdown, during our first hard lockdown. Nkgopoleng was asked to do a podcast with me as an artist from Smack Gallery. And we had such a wonderful conversation. I think it was supposed to be 20 minutes or something. And we went on like well over an hour. And it was just, I really enjoy your level of insight. And every time I've heard you speak or present, I learn more and more about you. So Nkgopoleng, I look forward to your presentation.
Thanks so much, Usha. I'm gonna share my screen. Yeah, so I guess firstly, I just wanna thank kind of everyone for being here today. Let me just make sure this is full screen. And for taking the time to listen to some of my thoughts. And I just kind of want to make a disclaimer that a lot of what I'm talking about today is quite fragmented and incomplete as well. So there might be levels of incoherence that come out of the talk as well, but I think we can embrace that. Okay. So the starting point, okay, so firstly, the presentation is titled Color as Object, Blackness and Art Making, and Fantastic Sunsets. The starting point for this presentation is this beautiful painting by the incredible Alma Thomas. Alma Thomas was born in 1891, and she's an American painter and a teacher as well. She was considered a brilliant colorist by her contemporaries, and her practice is characterized by abstract forms articulated through the bold use of color. She was also the first graduate at Harvard University's art department, as well as one of the earliest Black modernist painters of the 20th century. As I've already kind of said in the beginning, I'm drawn to this idea of kind of fragmentation, but also the idea of trying and the idea of attempting. And so in a similar sense, if we are to think of the essay form, which is what I'm trying to do here, as an attempt, then it becomes kind of a gesture of performance. So what I'm trying to do here is to call upon color to animate and perform itself, while also performing color through the writing. So if you look on the left side of the slide here, you can see the phrase "Blackness has blossomed" repeated across the entire page. At times, sorry, at times it is visible in its entirety, whilst at others it is obscured and rendered opaque, depending on the combination of font color, the color of the page, as well as some highlighting. So for example, white on white will produce a different reading to a red on white or purple on black, and so on and so forth. So this gesture then becomes an attempt at thinking through the necessary conditions that would allow Blackness to fully blossom. So here I'm kind of trying to ask what Blackness is, and I'm kind of answering back to myself by saying that Blackness is articulated as whatever Black artist deems it to be. Just kind of in the context of this presentation, I'm particularly interested in Blackness from the perspective of the Black artist. But also, what does it mean for blossoming to happen? What does it mean to blossom? And in my reading of it, I think of blossoming as the production of something beautiful. So something that is beautiful that can then be allowed to flourish. So I'm attempting to kind of conjure color in the reader's mind in its fullness and in its completeness. But of course, the question around color and the color Black brings about this really important question of what is Blackness? Da Silva proposes a thinking of Blackness in relation to form and to matter. So very much thinking of Blackness as not a geographical or even a racial classification, but rather a mode of existing in the world. So how do we think about Blackness as a way of being, as well as Blackness as a methodology? So to go back to color, which is what I started the presentation with, I want to start with the Crystalist appeal that was kind of put forward in the 1976 Crystalist Manifesto. They wrote this in Khartoum when they kind of formed their collective. And they wanted to call on artists to use the color blue, for they believed that it had a great potential in showing internal dimensions and depths. The Crystallists understood appearances and perceptions of solid objects to be mere suggestions rather than denotations, and embraced unorthodox materialism based upon mutual contradiction. And you'll see in this presentation as well that there is quite a bit of contradiction in terms of how I'm thinking about color. Sometimes I gravitate towards artists who are really invested and committed to the color Black, And at times I'll speak about artists who move away from the color black towards other colors as a way to kind of think through the processes of making. Color, of course, is a visual perception deriving from the simulation of photoreceptor cells through electromagnetic radiation. It's simply wavelengths of light or the absorption of light. And of course, light is time, traveling at the speed of light, faster than light travel, light speed travel, 299 million meters per second. Just as there are multiple times, there are also multiple experiences of the same color. So even as we might speak of a blue or a red or an orange, we're all kind of speaking of a multiplicity of blues and reds and oranges, depending on the number of viewers. So what I'm kind of pushing us towards through this work is an understanding of color and the impossibility of its reduction to a singular experience. And I think this is quite critical because it points to our innate ability to experience different things as human beings and still be able to find common ground. Despite the fact that when we see the color blue, for example, we're all seeing different things, we're still able to kind of find common ground and common knowledge and have a common language around that. So this reading of color is quite optimistic and hopeful, as well as being very instructive. So this study of color as object is part of a larger investigation into various methods that are employed by contemporary artists, particularly Black artists. I'm trying to read color as an effective tool of creation, but also as artistic resistance and refusal. So the three areas that I'm trying to bring together, the first one is the idea of color as a dematerialized object through which Black artists create. The second one is the idea of refusal through aesthetics, and that can be seen through the figuration versus abstraction debate that everyone is kind of having at the moment. And then the last leg of it is questions around Black artists, Black art, Black aesthetic, and what Blackness could mean. So as I've already kind of mentioned, if I bring all of these together, then the research question becomes, how do we think about color as a dematerialized object through which Blackness and art making can kind of be conceptualized and understood? And how do we think through color as a durable means we can convey, or through which Black artists can convey meaning? I'll be presenting a few case studies in this presentation by various artists. I wanted to start with Tokwase Dyson as an artist who engages both geometry and color, particularly the color Black, as a way to think through various modes of creation. I'm quite drawn to what Tokwase Dyson refers to as Black compositional thought, which can be read as a work in term that considers how waterways, geographies, and spaces are composed and inhabited by Black bodies, thinking through how properties of space and scale can form networks of liberation. So Dyson's work is quite interesting because even though what you might see when you walk into a room are all of these shapes kind of made around the color Black, this is the language that she is using to try and talk about ideas of Black liberation. So it's quite interesting how a Black circle, for example, stops being just a Black circle, but something that has far more potential to kind of talk about larger ideas. The case studies and the thoughts that I'm presenting here today are foregrounded by a book published by English professor, well, art history professor rather, Darby English. He published this book, A Year in the Life of Color, And it's been really instrumental in kind of the work that I'm trying to do and some of the questions that I'm raising. So I'm constantly just kind of going back to this book as a way to think through some of these questions. So part of what I'd also like to do with regards to this question of color is offer up a series of provocations, and I have 4 of them here. The first one is that it's not enough to say that Black is beautiful. The second one, I want to talk about fantastic sunsets. The third one is trying to understand obscured color. And the fourth one is a conversation around a square of yellow and what that could mean. So to begin with the first one, it's not enough to say that Black is beautiful. Drawing on the title of Harold Zeman's 1969 exhibition in Switzerland, where he proposed that attitude can become form, I wanted to invert this phrase and think of form becoming attitude, to suggest a reading of color as object, which then becomes a vantage point from which people or artists can produce. Artists such as Serge Alain Nitegeka have found ways to employ opacity and ambiguity through the literal use of the color Black. Through the language of abstraction, Serge employs the color Black, often evoked in the titles of his exhibitions as well. So in 2018, he had an exhibition called Innate Black. In 2017, he had an exhibition called Ode to Black. And in 2015, he had an exhibition called The Black Passage. For him, Black becomes a pathway into inquiries around philosophical as well as political concepts. For him, it's not enough to say that Black is beautiful, but rather Black is a color reserved unto itself. It is comfortable in its own nature, unruffled as well as confident. It tries very hard to be anonymous, but inquiring eyes are drawn to it. Spectators cannot resist it. It's not popular. It reveals little because it is neither warm nor cold. And essentially it is enigmatic. The second case study is returning to this work that I showed you at the beginning, made by Alma Thomas. So this painting was created in 1970, 8 years before Thomas's death at the age of 87. It's a 121 by 121 centimeter acrylic painting. The colors are painted next to each other, creating circles that morph into a smaller circle resembling a very bright, very hot sun. The work is a study in color theory and is demonstrative of the artist's philosophies on color. In her autobiographical writings, she cited as saying, I quote, "Color is life and light is the mother of color." She elaborates further that the use of color in her paintings is of paramount importance to her. Through color, she has sought to concentrate on beauty and happiness in her paintings rather than on what she calls man's inhumanity to man. Here we can see that Thomas locates her practice outside of what she refers to as man's inhumanity to man, which can be read as oppressive structures of racism, classism, and sexism. So though her paintings might seem quite apolitical to begin with, when considered from kind of a purely aesthetic form, we can see through her writing that their meaning actually does speak to resistances as well as refusals of oppressive structures. The next provocation is obscured color. And here I want to speak about Dr. David Golwani's work. David Golwani was born in 1938 in Johannesburg. He spent most of his career preoccupied with what he called the human condition. Through his writing, his teaching, his curatorial and art making practices, Kuluani demonstrated kind of modernist aspirations rooted in the question of what is an African artist, particularly what is a Black African artist. His art making, which coalesced painting and drawing and assemblage, as well as printmaking, demonstrated a continuous struggle and keen interest in mark making. Through blended color and complex imagery, Kuluani produces works that are textured, that are meanderous, as well as full. This work that you're seeing on the screen right now is a work that he made in 1993. It's called Godoi No. 3, which was part of his famous Godoi series. The series was made on the eve of South Africa's transition from apartheid into a democratic nation. And the title refers to a person or people who behave as mongrels, kind of an insulting term that offers critique into the corruption and political crisis that South Africa has become accustomed to. Through a striking use of color, so all of these kind of blues and browns, oranges and yellows, Kuluani is able to articulate stark contrast and shadows that foreground two fighting dogs into prominence. Combined with ferocious marks, the color blue loses its tranquil and orderly qualities, whilst yellow, brown, and orange elicit feelings of frustration and anxious excitement. Transgender activist Sasha Velour noted, and I quote here, "I find geometry and color more reliable categories than man or woman. So in some ways I can see myself more in a square of yellow than I can in a drawing of a woman or a man." And I just thought that that was such a powerful provocation. The fact that a square of yellow could be more resonant to someone than kind of a drawing of a man or a drawing of a woman. That it's sometimes easy to kind of find identity and find resonance simply by combining geometry with color. And similarly, I'm interested in how the combination of color and shape can be liberating modes of making meaning and kind of liberating modes of self-fashioning. And of course, we've seen this in the work of artists such as American painter Jack Whitten as well, who is known for kind of using, for example, a large black triangle as a way to reflect the symbiotic relationship between spirituality, thought, and syntax. So in conclusion, what I was trying to do here was to consider the ways in which color has been employed within various artistic practices, and furthermore, consider how it's been metabolized by both makers and viewers. And my analysis has led me to an interesting intersection of color and abstraction as a generative combination in thinking through intersectional ways of being. And a key conclusion is that color is absolutely critical in making meaning, but there's also kind of the realization and acknowledgement that it will not perform all the work. I think I'll end it there.
Thank you, Nkgopoleng. You're right. We have to take some responsibility for performing the work indeed. We can't lay it all on color. I will never look at a yellow square the same way again. Thank you for giving us a sense of how you've been thinking about color and its meaning. I'd like to introduce the last panelist for this evening or morning, wherever you are, and that is Lawrence Lemoana. Lawrence, if you want to put your video on, then okay. I cannot. Yay, now I'm not alone. Lawrence Lemoana lived in a small mining town of Welkom before returning to Johannesburg to continue his studies. He went on to study for a Bachelor of Fine Art at the University of Johannesburg, where he received a BTech degree majoring in fine arts. Lemoana is currently reading for a master's degree at the University of South Africa's Art and Music Department. He's also junior lecturer in visual arts at UNISA's Art History, Visual Arts and Musicology Department. Lawrence Lemoana's body of work has, as its departure point, a fascination with the role of mass media in present-day South Africa. At its roots in Lemoana's work, the relationship between the people and the media is problematized as a relationship of representation and control, questioning who gets to control modes of representation and who gets to represent those in control. The power of the media to act as didactic tool of or propagandistic weapon, and the power of the media to reveal and shape the psyche or group consciousness of the people is taken up in Lemoana's work with the artist's trademark cynical satire. Lawrence, I'm quite keen to hear you speak about your work, and later maybe we can talk about some of the things that have just happened in South Africa in the past few days.
Yes.
In the media. And I'd love to hear your commentary on recent happenings in the country.
No, definitely. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to express myself verbally and with people in far off places and nearby. So my presentation is kind of basically going to be looking at two exhibitions that I've had, one in 2007 and one in 2008, and kind of my musings around my work. I wonder if I'm able to share. Oh, here I am, sorry. Okay. So my presentation is titled from. Oh,
Lawrence, your sound has gone very soft.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Great. We all have these technical issues. Here we are. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, the presentation is visible. The sound seems to be going a bit in and out.
I think it might be better now. So as I was saying, my presentation is titled From Players of Color to Fortune Telling in Red, Black, and White exhibitions. And these are the two exhibitions that I'm going to be focusing on for this talk today. I'll begin with one of my earliest works, which is titled The Discussion. To give you a background or a backdrop as to how I formulated the work, the context is that I was a young South African living in the township of Johannesburg, Soweto, and going to school in what we call formerly white schools in the northern suburbs of Johannesburg. And the school that I went to was an all-boys school. And the primary game or the primary kind of identity of the school was rugby, which is also a kind of a very kind of how do you say cultural kind of domain operated for the benefit of white men at the time. And so that's where my kind of like work kind of stems from. It stems from extracting the languages and the kind of concepts that were kind of that I saw as inherent in the game of rugby, and also my alienation in the sport as a young Black man. And for me, what was interesting was that I looked at it from a perspective of sociology, kind of thinking about my own formulation of masculinity within this realm, and in the realm of two-ness, being one particular kind of young Black man in the township, and one type of other Black man in the northern suburbs, in the school. So that kind of duality or cross-pollination of culture influenced the way that I thought about my work. And so this work, the discussion, kind of references myself. So I think, which is also quite, what do you call it, visible in my work, or at least clued up in my work in certain parts, that it's quite autobiographical. So the majority of work that I produce stems from my own experiences, from being participant, but also being an outsider in these kind of spaces that I work in. And the discussion stems from taking the traditional national rugby kit or national rugby kind of like uniform, and transforming it into pink, and then enlarging it. And this is kind of reflective of how I felt as a rugby player. And also the references are also quite particular. And I think this is also like another element of the work that is quite relevant, is that like there's a kind of a parochial kind of element in the work, but also I do have the idea that like the word can reach and have like access to other worlds and other kinds of experiences beyond South Africa. So I created this work as a kind of like photo montage or collage, where I designed the uniform, enlarged it, transformed it into pink, and then used a colleague of mine, Nkosinathi Kuwe, who's also an artist in his own right, as a model for the work, and of course referencing the Last Supper image, but also transforming the background. And the background is actually constructed by layering different images that I took from images from magazines on gardens and land. And what I did was like I reduced the opacity and just layered the images on top of each other to kind of create this idyllic kind of space. And as I was saying, the language or the visual kind of comparison with my work comes from the language that I was using in rugby, where the kind of hegemonic constructions of masculinity were ever present. So you either belonged or you were outside. And for me, what I tried to kind of work with was to kind of play with this subversive idea of being an outsider who's in the space. And so this is kind of like the kind of origins of where the work stems from. And then the other concept that emerged from this time was that it was a time where in society, the notions of metrosexuality were kind of at play. People were kind of, or the discourse around then was about these kind of men who were softer, who were morphes in a kind of local language. A morphe is a kind of derogatory term for somebody who's gay or homosexual. And so for me, what was interesting was that like that's what I was confronted with as a young Black man, that like because I belonged to this kind of racial group, I was outside and therefore lesser. And then the other element that informed the work was the idea that like masculinity at the time, this was in the early 2000s, mid 90s, that masculinity was in crisis. And that was informed by the kind of political changes in the country. What was interesting at the time was that this notion of crisis was kind of linked to the Afrikaans male being kind of reduced from his position of power. And so I got to kind of think about this through reading newspapers, the media, but also kind of like my interactions with the world. So this work here, the team poster, was a similar concept to the discussion, where the figure is multiplied as a team. And of course, the kind of subversive kind of elements are there in terms of color. The traditional colors of the Springbok team or the national rugby team is green and gold. And I've kind of played with that as well in terms of that. And the Springbok as a symbol is also quite an interesting element because the Springbok is basically a condition where the buck actually jumps up and then almost is in a state of like what do you call it? The body stiffens as it jumps, and I thought it was like a really interesting kind of motif. So these kind of elements of looking at these symbols and where they kind of come from. So this work particularly was interesting because it got me to get a prize at a local competition called the local bank-sponsored competition called the Absa Atelier. And what is interesting for me in terms of the kind of this work was that the prize was a kind of a secondary prize that was created for Black people as a secondary prize, and it was called the Gerard Sekoto Award. And of course, Gerard Sekoto was a famous kind of like painter in South Africa who ended up living or migrating to France. And what was interesting in the language that was described in the competition was that the prize was given to previously disadvantaged artists. So it was almost like a quota kind of system to allow Black people access to the prize. And of course, it had 3 months less than the main prize. So you had this kind of really interesting kind of categorization, which actually inspired the work as well for a different kind of purpose. Because with the show that I described with these kind of rugby kind of elements come from was inspired by a language in rugby where I was selected to play for the Gauteng Lions, which is like a kind of like a provincial rugby team that was kind of like quite prestigious at the time. But when I got the facts to say that I was selected, my name and many other people's names had asterisks on them. And so I went to the coach to ask him why my name had asterisks on it, and he indicated that that was a quota. So every team that was kind of like put together had to have a particular number of players of color. And so the question kind of emerges like, are all the white players are they colorless, or and vice versa? So I was like kind of playing with that as well in terms of the work. So color then becomes a really interesting kind of like process to kind of investigate in terms of how it's used, how it's also kind of uttered, how it's kind of used in the sport, and also kind of identifying who's who in the construction. And then I also created this work, Players of Color, which is an embroidery. So here I really focus on utilizing the color pink as a motif, and as a kind of what do you call it, a critical kind of like element in the work. And I think for me, these kind of like racial categorizations are what informed my thinking and how to kind of play with them in a kind of creative way. And so I was thinking about how I was using a very feminine language for kind of masculine conversations, and that in itself becomes a very kind of critical tension that I like to kind of play with in the work. So this is like a rugby team that was constructed from taking images or existing images of rugby teams and photographing them, and then kind of making them into stencils and embroidering them onto the background. And so, as I said, the Springbok or national team of South Africa has got green and gold as their motifs, and I use that to frame the work as well. So to kind of think about this idea of a rugby team that was like non-existent, but also kind of could be imagined. And for me, that was, I think, another way of trying to subvert, but also imagine myself outside of the kind of existing system of categorizations. And I think categorization as a motif is very much embedded in South Africa. You know, we speak of race in those terms. We speak of like our geographies in those ways in South Africa. So the idea of living as a Black person in a particular space is not necessarily always just out of choice. It's just kind of like a construction of apartheid. So then I moved on to kind of create this body of work. And what I think is quite interesting about this work, there was a lot of, a little bit of criticism in the work because it was foregrounding a very kind of popular figure at the time in South Africa, who interestingly is again in the media today. And so the exhibition was called Fortune Telling in Red, Black and White. And red, black and white is a really interesting kind of color combination in South Africa because I saw two things. I saw that red, black and white was used as a kind of a spiritual color scheme. So in South Africa, in different kind of like tribes, when young people go through the process of initiation, they are covered in clay in red and white. And that combination of color is the color of transition, but also the color that sangomas and spiritual diviners kind of utilize to kind of speak of the in-between. So a sangoma or a spiritual diviner is neither male nor female. So there's a kind of like interesting kind of like in-betweenness that these spiritual kind of figures kind of occupy. And so their color scheme kind of responds to that. And so I used a very popular fabric called the kanga or leso textile, which also stems from the conversation or at least the utterance that the former president Jacob Zuma used. During his infamous rape trial, indicated that the woman was wearing a kanga, and in that wearing kanga, it signified for him consent. And so I kind of hung on to that word because it had such an interesting kind of like affiliation to me in thinking about masculinity. And what is interesting about the figure of Jacob Zuma as a figure is that he occupied a really interesting kind of like multiplicity, a statesman, a kind of political liberator, and at the time deputy president of a liberation movement, but also somebody who kind of took his power to great lengths to kind of like I guess exploit his position as much as possible. And so for me, it was really interesting. And this is again where the notion of the media kind of comes in. Red, black, and white is also the color scheme that most newspapers used. So there was a kind of visual link between this the spiritual side of it, and then the kind of newspaper kind of language and the kind of color scheme that they use. So I really tried to kind of fuse these kind of spaces together. And so I started utilizing not only the traditional kangas in South Africa, but also looked at the history of the kanga. So what was interesting about his utterance and the focus on the kanga was that in East Africa, kangas are used as mediums of communication. So women, men utilize them to kind of communicate things that cannot be said out loud. So it's almost like a passive aggressive kind of a process that is coded in the making of the fabrics, but also in terms of how they are stylized, how they are kind of like are constructed. So usually a traditional kanga or leso textile would have an illustration and a little idiom that accompanies it. And that's kind of like the code that I also try to use in the work. But also going back to the utterance about like the significance of the kanga is that in South Africa, we don't use kangas in the same way. So kangas have got like a really an interesting kind of like history in North Africa, historical kind of like link, but in South Africa, it's got like a really different kind of like, what do you call it, existence. And so for me, it kind of harks back to the history of fabrics in Africa, how they are produced in Asia or in the West, and they have a different meaning. And then here in South Africa, they get taken and used as a cultural kind of like items. And so, apologies, I don't know what happened. I try to kind of like unpack all these kind of like historical significance in the work, and so the kanga is a motif that I use even today in terms of my work. So this was a part of a series of works that I kind of formulated, and the figure that you see in the middle there is a famous image that I found in on the newspaper as well, of Jacob Zuma during one of the kind of like public kind of performances where he was utilizing all the codes of struggles. So the other thing that I kind of also attached my work to is sloganeering. So sloganeering was used as a form of resistance and to kind of gather people around a common idea, and the liberation movement used that quite a lot, and I found that quite an interesting kind of motif to utilize as well. So the sloganeering kind of in my work can be transformed as little poems or little haikus that I utilized to kind of support some of the imagery. And so yeah, so the red, black, and white is the color scheme that I use. The blue background here is also another kind of spiritual a fabric called the palu, which is also a spiritual kind of object that is kind of charged by sangomas. And so, and then I'll move on. I'll talk a little bit later about that. And then the other thing that I also kind of try to do in the work is also utilize different kind of motifs. So this is like a figure that I constructed from my imagination. Again, I dressed up in a kind of constructed suit, and I made these kind of like poses, photographed them, and then translated them back into stencils for embroidery. And again, it's kind of trying to employ these kind of visual kind of languages, textile, text in the work to kind of like give the work a more pluralistic kind of like engagement than a singular one. Going back to the notion of tribalism, race, masculinity, this is a work called The Hierarchy of Color, 100% Zulu Boy, and so again, just as Jacob Zuma utilized the idea of, I think in art we call it appropriation, where you take a certain element and you put it in the studio and then you transform it to kind of mean or direct it to a different kind of composition. I think that was very much part of the kind of language that I kind of, how do you say, attach myself to. And also what is interesting, if I go back a little bit, the spiritual leaders or the spiritual kind of like figures like sangomas and inyangas, when you consult with them, they never tell you something direct. It's always something that is quite ambiguous. And that's also like another thing that like becomes a really a kind of tool and a motif in my work, where I think about language as something that is very slippery, and that can be kind of like articulated differently and to mean different things at different kind of contexts. So that's also why I think there's a lot of text in my work where I try to kind of displace language and to kind of like occupy it for a different kind of purpose. So that again stems from another kind of element of South African culture, which are the newspaper headlines. These every morning we have the newspapers putting these little posters that are all over the city that kind of give different kind of like what do you call it, headlines that like attract people to kind of buy the newspaper and so on. And again, the motifs are there already. So you have the black text, you have the red what do you call it, a newspaper name and the white kind of background, and that's also like what I kind of utilize in the work. So the figure that you see in the middle there is a figure that was in support of Jacob Zuma during his rape trial, and it was like really again another kind of like attractive moment for me to kind of think about the notion of tribalism and how it got used and still is being used as a kind of political kind of device, and in a way that kind of can get what do you call it, drag people into a kind of like a support for figures that don't necessarily kind of represent them in all the ways. So that's why I think the kind of visual kind of processes become quite interesting. And then the figures that surround this man in the middle is actually myself, donned in stockings, and kind of thinking about the kind of central motifs of masculinity, and the idea that like it seems that masculinity is like lodged, at least African masculinity is lodged between the groin. So there's a kind of element of self-preservation as well in terms of this this figure, and he becomes also like a really a motif that I also kind of utilize in the work, and so this is the way that I translated him. Sorry, into a stencil, and this is kind of where he emerged from. So again, it's kind of trying to kind of like utilize these different forms of communication onto one kind of platform, and kind of like almost like explode the kind of ideas that I think about, and also how I experience my being in the world as well. And I think I did indicate that the majority of these ideas stem from me in my kind of adolescence, trying to kind of figure out where my masculinity lies and how it can be something that is outside, but also something that is also can be dominant. So it's also thinking about those forms of power. And then related to the headlines is this kind of like body of work again that is also linked to the language used by sangomas and diviners, where I appropriate kind of newspaper headlines and newspaper kind of like what do you call it, posters to kind of like push a different kind of like idea. So we have a daily newspaper called the Daily Sun in South Africa, which is a kind of like a lowbrow, often very scandalous and very kind of cheeky newspaper. I think in England they call them red tops. These kind of like newspapers that aren't necessarily sharing news; they're more kind of sharing kind of gossip, and this is the kind of like result of looking at those. So again, the newspaper names are always linked to the stars. There's always something celestial. So it's either the sun or the star. So I find that to be quite an interesting kind of like combination. So this one here, I subverted it to be mainly sun, and linking to that notions of masculinity. And then I was intrigued by a book that was written, I think, in 1957 by Chinua Achebe, and I could identify with the struggle of the central kind of figure, whose name is Okonkwo, who was born in a world where masculinity meant something different to what the British brought as a form of masculinity. So the idea of being a male in the traditional sense meant somebody who was noble, was taking care of his family, made sure that like he kind of grew yams, and that kind of like meant power. And then when the British kind of took over, those traditional notions of masculinity come in context or in contest with the British forms of masculinity. So a dandy is much more a male than somebody who is working in the field. And I found that to be quite an interesting kind of relation. And then the idea of Things Fall Apart was, of course, like a reference to Yeats' poem Things Fall Apart, The Center Cannot Hold, was also like a really almost like another extension to that poem. And why the work was created was that at the time, South Africa politically was going through another kind of a form of crisis, which things were literally in a way kind of falling apart politically, but also in terms of the unrest that like people were taking. So the work also took on that kind of that language of things relating to history, relating to the moment, but also relating to the real experience on the ground. And for me, that's kind of also like the what do you call it, the layering that I appreciated in terms of the work. So the fabric that you see in the background with the pattern is called injeti. It's also like a traditional kind of like a sangoma or spiritually charged kind of fabric that like these people kind of use. And I also like to kind of like see these posters or these fabric collages or these how do you say, text works as forms of or portals into another world. And what is interesting is that they're also, that link to spirituality is linked to even Shakespeare's weird sisters, who kind of speak in things kind of like in reverse. So when something is in, it's actually out, and when something is out, it's actually in. And that's also like what I try to kind of like apply in the work in terms of the slipperiness of language, especially when used by these kind of spiritual kind of beings. So I also saw the work as almost like portals into the spiritual realm as well. So I don't kind of like locate it into the physical kind of space or in the real space. I also kind of trying to access this kind of like other form of being in the world. And again, relating to now, but also back then in 2008, Jacob Zuma, the guy who, the former president who is now in prison for a different reason, was he was newsmaker of the year in 5 media kind of houses. So all the newspapers kind of made him the figure to kind of focus on. And for me, that was also like a really interesting kind of like link, or the notion of constructing a figure. So the newspapers kind of created him. At the same time, they also kind of led to his destruction. So he became a very kind of like interesting talking point. But also I was quite distressed by how people who are kind of like imbued with negativity are also kind of platformed. And that's also like why I found him to be quite a really interesting kind of character to kind of focus on. So I don't see him as a subject in his being. I just see him in terms of how he's been presented to us through these kind of like windows and that kind of describe in a particular way. So I'm very much kind of like still kind of interested in that. And also there was this notion that like at the time of the construction of the work, Jacob Zuma was a very easy and topical kind of figure. But I was reading more the kind of longevity and the idea of how a figure is not just like a unified being. It's somebody that like is changing, but also somebody who's consistent. I mean, as I'm saying, today he's still the subject and the topic of conversation because of his populism, etc., etc. This is my last work that I'll be presenting to you now. This work is titled, "I Did Not Join the Struggle to Be Poor." And it's a work that I kind of, again, appropriated from a particular point of view. So many years ago, in post-apartheid South Africa, there was a character or a man who was working for the national government, who had business interests and was making money as a civil servant, but also so he had this kind of dual kind of process of being a civil servant, but also had businesses that kind of generated money from him, and utilizing his position to kind of access tenders or government kind of contracts. And so there was a very interesting confrontation that happened with him in the media, where he was asked, so why is he as a civil servant kind of taking advantage of his position? And he literally said, "I did not join the struggle to be poor." And I found that to be quite a really interesting kind of like position to take in terms of the kind of outcry on the streets, where people are demanding basic services, and we have a kind of majority Black government, and so like things like the ideals that were kind of like expressed in the yearning for freedom were now kind of like coming back to kind of haunt us in a way. And so this kind of idea of somebody who as a struggle hero or a liberator, a political figure, risking his life in apartheid to not only on his own life, but also the lives of his family members, etc., to kind of to project his freedom as a form of like self-empowerment is really interesting for me, not only just morally, but also in terms of the kind of notion of resources and the kind of ideals of the liberation movement that is the ANC. Or the ruling party, the ANC, to kind of like kind of generate the culture of self-enrichment post liberation. And I found that to be quite an interesting kind of phrase that I also multiplied in the work. So the construction of the work is made, of course, with the njeti at the back, which is the red, black, and white, and then the broken down colors that make up the text is actually a kanga or a lesser fabric that the ANC have also constructed. So again, the kind of the language of text and textile is something that becomes a common motif in my work. But also I was like interested in how text also operates as a form of casting a spell. So when you write something, you are kind of like projecting ideas, but also you are also casting a spell in terms of like what your reader kind of like kind of experiences in the work. I think I will stop there. But yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be able to present this work to you.
Wow, Lawrence, thank you again for sharing your work.
Okay.
I love how you take us through a kind of chronology of South African history and pick up these key points in our history, but from such critical eyes that we really look at these moments in our history.
Yeah, I think, but I think what is interesting is that like they become almost like reoccurring, and it's almost like a strange deja vu that we kind of keep on finding ourselves in it, and I think that's why I link the work to spirituality, because it's almost like a you know, being kind of absorbed into this kind of zone of I don't know, there's a condition where you are neither asleep, also not awake. And that's kind of where I try to kind of locate the work in. So there's kind of like, you know, it's a really weird zone. There is a name for it. I just forgot what the name is, but it's a really interesting kind of position to kind of like think about the world as we experience it.
Yeah, it is a kind of maybe liminal space. You
Yeah.
described Sangoma or a spiritual healer as being neither male nor female.
Absolutely.
I think you also spoke about color as a portal into other realms of meaning. And Go, you spoke about one of the artists from Namibia, who
Stephanie
Conradi,
yes,
who sees herself not quite fitting in as a white person and neither a black person, in this in-between space.
Yeah. The term that I was thinking about is called hypnagogia.
Hypnagogia.
Yeah, it's a space between falling asleep and being awake. And also why I link that to spirituality is that, like, if you ever had a conversation with somebody who's half asleep, they kind of they don't speak in clear sentences. It's like a jumble, and I find that to be also like a really usable kind of space to kind of think about being a South African.
I think most of my art making comes from being in that state. I have a question for each of you.
Yes.
Nkgopoleng, you said to essay is to attempt. And for me, I think making art is also to attempt, because it's about the search, the exploration. It's not really about arriving at some kind of a concrete answer. And Lawrence, you speak of text and texture as codes, and writing as casting a spell. So you asked us to listen to the artworks. And right at the beginning of this presentation, Carolyn offered a blessing, and she said that we need to take responsibility for how we hear things. She also said that the mouth is a powerful weapon, and I believe that art making is also a powerful weapon. So there is in what is presented, and then there's also what is left out. And the black space is often described as a void, what is not being said. And my question is, what are we not hearing? What do we need to pay more attention to?
Sure. Do you guys want to begin?
Yeah, I mean, I fully believe in that sentiment of attempt and trying, but also linking it with this notion of doubt. So I can't reference the scholars right now because I don't have my notes with me, but a lot of decolonial scholars speak about doubt as a really powerful place from which to think, and doubt as a really powerful place from which we can think about decoloniality. And I think even as we think about what Blackness is for, and who Blackness is for as well, this kind of embodying a spirit of not having all the answers, and kind of a spirit of like constantly checking ourselves, constantly checking the systems around us, constantly checking those around us is critical. And it's kind of the only way that we're going to be able to move ourselves towards liberation. Yeah, so for me, that's really powerful. Like not having the answers is critical, yeah.
I love that, because doubt in a way is embracing a state of humility. It's, I mean, the opposite of doubt is almost like an arrogance of knowing, which is like not wanting to listen, not wanting to hear, not wanting to be open.
And also it points to where the knowledge gaps are. Like if you're doubting something, you have to question, like, do I actually know this? Which is powerful, right? Because if you don't know it, then you go out and you try and figure it out.
Completely.
And for me, listening, since I've been sort of like involved in this thought of listening to the image, listening to the artworks, what it says to me is that it requires us to formulate a new language, right? Because we've been listening probably, but we've been listening to the things that have been said about us, about Blackness, about who we're supposed to be, but we have not been listening to the things that are really define who we are. And I'm just thinking about photographically, the images that I'm writing about, they are taken in 1930s. This is like the beginning of apartheid in South Africa. It was not yet implemented, but this is the beginning of that period. And these images are taken in the what they used to call the reserves, the Bantustan, right? And so the act or the idea of listening to those images. I mean, when I would look at those images, I would get mad, right? Because I'm just like, oh my God, can't believe I have to deal with this. But what Tina Camp really, did for me was to just like break that open, like just open a gate for me, or even a window to be able to receive what the subjects rather, the people who are being photographed are trying to say, right? Because he talks about how they kind of self-fashioning, right? The kind of conjuring a different world where she even says that their pose, it's not, yes, we know that they were coerced to pose for the camera, but it's the form of resistance, right? So you get to pick up these very nuanced ideas about who we are and what we represent. And it's just beyond the terms that are already existing or beyond the language that we're using. So for me, listening is really to go deeper. And sometimes you are confronted with ambiguity, you are confronted with contradictions, even as Khupuleng was saying, doubts, ambivalence is within that, but it's just in the formulation of our own language, having to listen to our own language within our own terms, within our own frameworks. So yeah, I would just say that.
I think for me, it's a kind of like it's about, I think, also listening to the silences, the silence that is, and I relate this to kind of like the, locally the kind of parochial politics of South Africa, and how the people who are in power knowingly are not spreading the right kind of information. So it's not like these people don't know about people like Thomas Sankara, or they don't know about Fanon, they don't know about like those texts gave them the impetus, were motivators for giving us, different types of pedagogy, educations, right? And so what is interesting for me is that like how that silence gets used as a political tool. So you don't teach people about or you don't spread the word of the pedagogy of the oppressed because you want them to vote for you once again, because you're gonna pull out another mantra, another kind of like a formulated text that will kind of rally them. I also relate to a different kind of experience. So a few years ago, I wandered into the UNISA Art Library, and I came across a film called it was about a figure called it was in the Congo, when the Belgians were taking power back to the Congolese. And this figure came and pulled out the king.
The film is
king
called Why a King Should Never Lose His Sword.
His sword, yes, yes. Boyamba, it's called Boyamba Belgique, Why a King Should Never Lose His Sword. And what's interesting about this figure is the shame that came to me was the fact that I don't know about this figure. And the fact that his texts are not spread out in exclusive books or in the public kind of like space. And that's why I say like the silences are for me the most worrying. What is happening in the shadows of those who know? And I found that to be quite an interesting kind of like dilemma to kind of deal with, that like there are people who knowingly keep silent. There are people who knowingly and powerfully don't say much. And so for me, it's like trying to kind of connect to those things. So how do we formulate silhouettes around them to kind of expose them? Almost like how do we create luminals to kind of expose the hidden in plain sight? And for me, it's that it's not just like being fixated on what is being presented to us, but like what is not shown to us. And I think for me, that's for me a kind of a form of liberation, not to be stuck in the dichotomy of neither being inside nor outside. It's about like existing despite. And I think for me, that's another form of kind of sense of liberation.
Totally. Speaking of positions of power and claiming power, or for me at least, we're constantly finding ourselves in white spaces. I mean, even the gallery is called a white cube. The art market is predominantly white, from galleries to collectors to auctions to museums and even artists. Lawrence, you spoke earlier about being selected both on the rugby team and also for the APSA Atelier Prize, almost as a token Black artist, up to the extent where a separate category was created for previously disadvantaged, which in itself is such a problematic term.
Yeah.
On Sunday, the discussions on this conference, I was surprised to hear that Canadian organizations also struggle with finding funding and the dilemma of like colonial money, all these embassies that have art projects and access to funding. So my question is, within these spaces and structures, do you find the confidence to speak your truth, to find space to be honest and also to be critical and self-critical? And how do each of you do this? Practice as refusal, as resistance, and what are those conditions necessary for Blackness to blossom? And how do we do this from a place of healing, as opposed to a place of violence or aggression?
It's a tricky one because
questions are.
I'm just thinking. Obviously, there's implication in speaking out, right? And one thing that came through, during Black Luminosity, we were recording a podcast, and I was like, this notion, or this tendency of having to explain yourself. Like I find it very violent that I have to explain myself. I have to, describe my condition to people. It's a tricky one, but I think through this work for me, I had found that confidence to be able to say, this is who I am. And I appreciate that there was a sense of acceptance, a sense that they've created a space for me to kind of have this honest conversation, because the show, as much as it was including, I mean, this is like a big conversation. It's very complex. It's very, there's contradictions. It's very incoherent as well. But the fact that I was able to start the conversation, but also it was about me. It was really about me having to start the conversation with myself, because a lot that was happening during the lockdown, I must say, there was just a lot, because I was thinking about this notion of Black on Black violence. What does it mean? Again, the question of the Black Lives Movement, I understand in the Americas and Europe, but in South Africa, to be specific, because we're a settler colony, what does that mean? What does that look like? Who are we telling that our lives matter as Black people? Because the people who are in power, or rather theoretically, they are in power, it's the Black government, right? But the system is very much white, is very based on white supremacy. So yes, I could say on this particular exhibition, I did have a voice to say, this is me, but also understanding that I have to explain myself, right? Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna try and answer this question in 2 parts, but the question that you're asking, it essentially goes back to the moment when Hegel said Africans had no history. And so Africans went back to their villages and cities and brought back things to show to Hegel to say, no, here's visual and sonic traditions. We do have history. Then you had the anthropologists who wrote us out of humanity. And once again, we went back and we tried to show the anthropologists that we are not noble savages. And then again, historians did the same thing. So then we went and we said, oh no, actually, there are all of these ancient civilizations that we can point to show you that we are human. And so for me, it kind of goes back to this question of who are we speaking to? You know, the moment that if Black artists are creating from a point of trying to reclaim some kind of African moment or like redeem themselves in any way, I don't think that's going to take us very far, because it's just kind of this infinite looping rehearsal that keeps happening where you constantly having to prove yourself. So one of the things that has become quite clear to me, I don't have the answers and I don't have the solutions, but one thing that I know very clearly is that liberation and what we're looking for is not going to happen from these white spaces, right? So they serve a purpose in the sense that maybe they give you an audience, or maybe because we're in a capitalist society, they give you funding to be able to do the things that you want to do. But the real work of liberation is not going to happen at a white institution that is oppressive and racist and not self-reflexive as well. And I just kind of am reminded by Sojourner Truth, who speaks about the idea of selling a shadow to support the substance. And I think that's so crucial to remember that whatever it is that we do as Black creators, we need to kind of be clear within our own communities, what is the shadow and what is the substance, and when are we employing the shadow versus the substance, and for who? Because if it's going to be this kind of idea of like wanting to constantly prove ourselves, then we're not going anywhere, essentially.
I am also just reminded of, I was having a conversation with a friend on Sunday, and we were talking everything politics. And I think his last remark before we got into a cafe, he said we should all accept that we are, what's the word? What's the Zondo Commission about?
Capture, state.
Yes, that we're all captured.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just said, I think we should get to a point where we accept that whiteness has captured us. And once we get to that point, then we'll be able to kind of imagine ourselves within those frameworks, right? It's basically to create a shield within the system that, you know, constantly reject us, you know, constantly violate us. So, and I was like, I don't know if I want to agree with you, but that makes sense somehow, you know. So what Khupuleng is saying, I feel like it's to come to a point where we acknowledge certain things about the system that we're living under within, and having to be able to come together and really like self-imagine ourselves. Not to say we overthrow the system, because I don't think it's at this point, I feel like it's so complex to a point that we cannot undo it, right? But yeah, I completely agree with Khupuleng that, but also to acknowledge my friend that I think the whiteness has captured us.
I don't know who the author of this quote is, but the definition of insanity is trying to find a solution in the same place where the problem is. Something of that sort.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's it's one of those like again reoccurring nightmares. You know, so one of the things that I found is in my experience as an artist that between 2008 and about a few years ago, I kind of completely divorced myself from the arts, and there was a disillusionment with the system in terms of the idea that like wherever I looked in the arts, we are constantly being fixated on maybe about 5 artists, magazines, in write-ups, in articles, and so that was for me quite an interesting kind of like experience where I really kind of like said like it's enough now. I don't need to be displaying myself, and I mean, so if you look at, for example, with my work towards the end, I completely obliterated my body from my work, and that's when I kind of started thinking about the work in terms of being metaphoric and more kind of like proposals as opposed to kind of like, and I think this is the kind of the common kind of element that we need to kind of maybe think about, that everything that we produce is a proposal, an idea into a search into another realm, a search into another kind of a place of trying to find our being. And I think what is for me as a like I often think about this ethnographic kind of figure, the kind of he's called the native informant, and there's been like a lot of those kind of like figures in throughout history at universities as so this kind of what do you call it, what do you call this, a figure that like kind of like that knows things from both worlds. And I find that to be quite an interesting kind of position to kind of take as well, so that we are able to kind of shift things according to our own benefit. And I reflect on this in terms of thinking about people that I know personally and people that I know about that have also been like figures that have stood between institutions and the people. Right. So there's been many names like that, like where people are the wonder boy, the political firebrand in a university or an art department or the art history department, and how the system is able to kind of like chew them because they know what they want out of them. And so they kind of move them in another way. So for me, I always kind of find that to be quite an interesting kind of position. And then there's all in this kind of position of being, I guess, middle class and Black. There's also like this kind of a continuous wonderment about like, am I the deserving Black artist who is in this position? So that is like, I think, what they call a survivor's guilt. We are constantly, what do you call it? It's almost like a paranoia about like, what gives me the privilege to be able to express myself in the particular way that I can. And so for me, it's that's what I'm saying, like it's a continuous kind of process of becoming, a process of undoing, a process of making, a process of distributing, a process of self-awareness, and it combines all these elements. And I think yesterday we spoke about the notions of tactics and strategies, how we have a broader strategy of trying to kind of do right by ourselves, our souls, our being, but also have like the means to be able to do that on the ground on a daily. So it's the work that we keep on needing to do. And at the same time, you know, as many learned people have said, like, you know, racism and all these kind of systems, or at least that they're aware of, are always distractions from doing the work. So we must always be aware of not doing the work. So what I'm interesting as an artist is that, like, I look at young people and all of them want to be on the covers of magazines. They kind of see themselves as the it. And what is interesting, all they need to do is look back, not 10 years, not 15 years, not 30 years, not 20 years, just in the contemporary, how being the it has just kind of undone the very work that needs to be done. So what I've done for myself is I've decided that I'm going to take the slow lane. I'm going to do the work that I need to do for myself, for my own, for my own kind of like healing. And I will take whatever's around me, right? So I do that as a lecturer. I do that as an artist. I do that as an adult. I do that as a father. I do that as so it's all these kind of like this kind of sense of communal generosity that we need. That you know, the West always kind of takes Ubuntu and wada and all these kind of concepts that become disjointed. So for me, it's this continuous process of working, undoing, building and constructing and so on, and all the time being self-aware.
I really want to take this further because it's fascinating, but I think there's a few burning questions from the audience, and I want to give them a chance also to be part of this conversation. So Jazz, if you want to step in and
Thank you so much. I know we have a first question here from Mandeep, who will ask out loud, but I just wanted to mention to everyone else, feel free to raise a yellow virtual hand and I can give you the opportunity to unmute, or otherwise feel free to type your questions into the Q&A and I can read them out. But Mandeep, you should be able to unmute.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Really, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and your wisdom, you know. And there is some very deep philosophy in so many things, you know, that you have spoken about. And my question is an interesting one. I hope, you know, I hope you find it interesting. In my opinion, much of the canon of European art is somewhat muted in color, except for the Fauve artists. It is interesting that these Fauve artists who created very colorful paintings were dubbed wild beasts or Fauvists in France, you know, by the, I guess, the press of the time. Also, many Western European galleries do not really like very colorful artworks, preferring a more muted palette in the artworks they hang up on the gallery walls. You know, there are derogatory remarks like, you know, by art experts who are Western European ancestry, you know, that the color is straight out of the tube, you know. And or very colorful art is dubbed folk art, or it's dubbed naive art, you know. What are your thoughts on color in Western European canon of art? And also, you know, this preference galleries have, you know, do you also think that Western European galleries, you know, do not like very colorful artworks? Please share your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mandeep. Who would like to take this?
I can start. Thanks for that question, Mandeep. I'm not sure I agree completely. I think in relation to the forest, the thing that kind of separated them was that their use of color was deemed as unnatural. So people kind of understood that there was a specific way to use color, particularly in painting. And then the forest came through and started to use not only very bizarre palettes and combinations, but also, yeah, there was this element of like unnaturalness that made it quote unquote strange. But I think if you look at like even Picasso or like Piet Mondrian, Bart Newman, Hilma F. Klint, all of these people engaged color at different points in their work. The French painter or slash maker, the one who had an extended period of time in his practice where he was just thinking about the color blue, for example. I can't remember the name right now. So throughout history, there are these kind of moments where color presents itself as something that is quite powerful. But I think what's interesting is that right now, especially with African art, one of the things that people say or use to describe African art is that it's like very vibrant and like vibrant use of color as a way to characterize it. And I think it's quite interesting that that conversation is happening at the same time as this super extended conversation around minimalism and post-minimalism is happening. So in a way, it's like, it feels like it's causing an even clearer split in a way between what people consider to be Western art versus what they consider to be African art. And I'm quite interested in, for example, the artists that I used in my case study, Tokwase Dyson, who employ minimalism and kind of clean lines and structure, but also thinking very deeply about what color and form mean. So I think there's like a little bit of a conflation, but I think also it becomes a way in which it's easy to delineate like, oh, this is Western art versus this is African art. But I would argue that color has consistently been critical throughout all art history, I would say.
Kochela, do you want to respond?
No, I think Khupeleng said it beautifully.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think for me that there's we also have to be aware that there are certain kind of elements that will be in vogue at different times. That like the obsession with describing is not kind of limited to one epoch. It's something that like kind of moves around. And as you were talking, I keep on thinking about the famous exhibition, The Magicians de la Terre in France versus a remix, and this notion of a response to the idea of what African art means and so on. And I think for me that like the categories are always kind of continuously morphing, changing, transforming. And so one of the things that I, for example, encounter is the fact that like the notion of being an African artist who utilizes conceptual kind of like methods seems unbelievable. So when I think about my work as spiritual, but also as minimalist and conceptual, it kind of like turns people's heads. It becomes very kind of like people reject that. And I find that to be also quite interesting. But I think for me, there's also this kind of idea, which is kind of emerging a little bit in my thinking, in my work, is to kind of sometimes plunge into the madness. And why I say that is that like, so in that documentary that I spoke about with Boyimbo, I think is Ambrose Boyimbo, who took the king's sword. He momentarily plunged into madness because it was this kind of like spectacle moment where the Belgians were doing a parade, and he like out of the crowd just went and took the king's sword and risked his life and so on. And then I started kind of like looking into madness as a method. And why I'm saying that, like there seems to be like a motif that I keep on chasing. So in Russia there's another archetype called he's called the what do you call it? A crazy man for Christ. I forgot the actual term. And the Yuridivi. And he is a ragged person who is mad, but also highly spiritual and highly critical of the people in power. And so I've been obsessed with this kind of idea of like just somehow letting the madness go, and letting it kind of like occur. And I think for me, the kind of contained space of the studio, no matter where it is, whether it's a physical space or on the internet, is that kind of space where madness is allowed to at least in the description, madness is allowed to flourish. So I think there isn't a kind of like consistent idea of what Africans or how color operates. It's something that keeps on morphing with each kind of generation of artists kind of doing new proposals to the system. It becomes an interesting kind of evolving kind of door. So I don't think there is a kind of like anchoring as just that, in a way, in a nutshell.
I want to hear Usha's answer though, because I, as an artist, you're not using color that much. It's only your recent work where there's a bit of color. So I'm just curious about your thoughts on this question.
There's always color.
There's always color, but yeah, you know what I mean.
I've been criticized by my kids for making boring art because my art is not colorful. But as you were discussing all of this, my mind kept on going to my gallerist's comments, who keep saying this to me. He keeps saying to me that brown work doesn't sell. And brown paintings don't sell. And I mean, as an artist, I'm not thinking about whether the work is brown or whether the work is pink or blue. For me, it's about, I work with found objects, and it's about whatever color is inherent in the object. And I made a number of works with grass brooms, which are brown, and broom handles, which are wooden, which are brown. And he keeps saying to me that brown works don't sell. And yet I think he's being proven wrong.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you very much.
Sure, Mandeep.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm mindful of the time here. And I know if anyone has any questions, feel free to get them in or raise that virtual hand. But I also wondered if Lisa or Dana would like to respond as well, or any of the other presenters today. I'd like to invite you to turn on your videos and mics, and you're very welcome to join the discussion as well.
Yeah, I don't have too much as in questions, but yeah, so nice to meet all of you, and really amazing projects. So I'm so excited to see all this work from the other side of the globe. It's so cool. Yeah, so thank you so much for participating in today.
Thank you, Dana.
And my head is just absolutely full. I've just been writing, my book is full, my head is full, but I just want to thank you so much for just such an incredible process of learning and listening and hearing these sometimes parallel, sometimes unique, of course, histories and logics, and just so exciting to see the work that you're doing and so much learning. Alma Thomas, just to start.
Yeah.
And the idea of doubt and not having the answers, and living within the ambiguity and ambivalence, you know, and this infinite looping rehearsal, constantly having to prove yourself, and the idea of just stepping outside, understanding the system that will never function, and so it really has just been such a wonderful learning experience and listening experience. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to jump on here as well just to say my thank you to everyone for your amazing presentations. And just to echo Lisa, it's just been incredible. My mind is also just full, and I look forward to rewatching the presentations. And I'll just mention to everyone in the audience that today's panels were recorded. You can find them right away on Griffin Art Project's Facebook page, and eventually they'll also be posted to Griffin Art Project's digital archive on our website. So just, yeah, such an honor, and so grateful to be able to record this so that we may share it with others who weren't able to attend today live. We would like to finish off the day by inviting Coast Master Carver and Elder of the Squamish and Kwagalt Nations, Halaktin, to close today's event. So thank you so much, Halaktin, and I'll pass it over to you.
Wosiam, my hands are raised up for all the knowledge you're sharing today. And that was pretty overwhelming for me also, because, you know, there's a lot of words for me and it's just all in my head, and it's, wow, how can I process all this? But, you know, I also enjoyed hearing some certain words like plant the seeds of knowledge, you know, like when we're doing that, not just for now, but for the next generations to come. And also the one thing that stood out to me is, you know, the images, the, where did I put that? Listening to the images, you know, if we think about, you know, the old black and white photographs, what could have they have been telling us right now? You know, when I did a canoe journey, and we did a historical canoe journey, when we went to different sites, old villages, you know, and we'd go through protocol and make announcement who we are, where we're from, what's our purpose for that visit, and we would acknowledge it even if there's no one on the beach. We don't see them, but we have to feel them, that they're there, that there are our ancestors that once lived in that area. So, you know, just thinking of that black and white color, you know, thinking, wow, that can bring me back, way back. What could it be? And the blackness has blossomed. I like that. The blackness has bio. The blackness has fully blossomed. You know, something more beautiful that's coming our way now, because we're sharing more. We're telling our truth, and there's just so much more to share with that. But you know, like I know there's been a lot of speak on color. I never thought that I could, you know, hear so much words just on the color black, right? Just wow, there's so much knowledge and sharing there. So I raise my hands to you for sharing, and thank you so much. Osiam, and we chochio means take care and have a great journey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye, Jess.
Bye.